Good morning. How's everyone doing today? Ding ding. Mr. On Time. Couldn't have the stock running today, right? Whew. So RDBX's options chain was never supposed to have been opened. So for 2 weeks, they sold options on a chain that should not have existed. That means that the OCC took collateral on a chain that should not have existed, and market makers did whatever the fuck they want. Hmm. A little bit. There we go. Yeah, the technical term for that is the whoopsie daisy. That's correct. I see you've been reading Options as a Strategic Investment, Posty McPosterson. Do you agree with those who say we reach 170 before we dip to the 90s level? I don't disagree with them, Muhammad. Like it's currently far more likely that we hit 170 than we hit 90. Would they be setting options to close only if the shorts were winning instead of getting crushed? Well, I think the biggest problem with the chain they opened, um, from what I saw, was that, you know, they were allowing, well, far too many strikes because they were basing it off the volatility, and not the liquidity of the underlying. But they shouldn't have opened an options chain moving into a merger like that, right? And it's more likely that some MM was sitting on like a fucking volatility swap or something, and they needed to open a chain to hedge, and that's why they did, because they couldn't hedge with the underlying. So criminal, no, but I mean they got shut down. There might be some backlash from that. What did Powell say? Futures went from massively green to red pretty quick. I don't think Powell said anything out of line. I didn't really get to read into his whole speech, but the transcription I saw seemed perfectly in line with the shit they were saying on Wednesday. Like it didn't seem to be coming out overly dovish or hawkish or anything. Um, Good news is that Bank of Japan has decided to continue to fuck their economy by printing more money and not sell off all the US treasuries. Thanks, Japan. current price target for OPEX based on Gamma Max? Yeah. I expect Gamma Max to increase as we move up. Especially if we close up today, but I don't want us to close up too much today. Minimal. If we move up too much today, then people start selling their calls. That gives us less pressure for next week. It's no good. This is mostly blowing off the options exercises from yesterday. We'll see if it continues past like 10 a.m. I doubt it will. According to TDA, unless they're going to start covering in advance, according to TDA, RBLX never had enough float for options and thus was discontinued. Cheers to the weekend. Oh, thanks, Bangerang. Yeah, that makes sense. It's too illiquid. So yeah, it didn't qualify for options in the first place. So yeah, they shouldn't have opened it. The people that bought them, I guess, are kind of fucked. I really don't know. But if you have them, the chain is about to become extremely illiquid very, very fast. Do you lose extra theta on contracts because of Monday? Yes. Contracts bought today will lose additional theta. Nice flag you got there. It'd be a shame if it broke up. No, it really would be a shame if it broke up. You say that sarcastically, Dan Can, but that would not be good. We don't want that. If Japan decides Monday to sell treasuries, U.S. stock market free falls, they're not selling them. They had their monetary policy meeting last night. They're going to stabilize their bonds with continued quantitative easing. Very kawaii of them. They, yes, that's true. Japan, the Bank of Japan likes to print money. As someone living in Japan, the currency exchange rate is absolutely wrecking me. Y'all are welcome. Thanks, bud. Based on today's volume so far, we likely don't run too much today. That's what I want to see. Meditation. I want to see. I want to see today. Yeah, I want us to blow off that gex and the gamma imbalance from the in the money calls, and whatever FTDs throughout the day. I don't care, as long as we can stay moderately channel locked in this range. That's a positive. If we start breaking up like 132.50, 140, this becomes a problem because longs capitulate and sell calls. And that weakens the potential of next week. So the ideal situation for today is low volume. Low volume chop would be chef's kiss. And yes, based on our volume so far, quite low, but that doesn't mean anything yet. November 19th started off very low volume as well. So ideal close 130, 140. No, ideal close 127.87. If China invades Taiwan over the weekend, how will that affect OPEX? I don't think that's going to happen. Not right now. Strategically, it's not a good time for them to do that. I make more money making my shares borrowable through Fidelity than I have my entire life. I'm intrigued why. Why do we not want them to start covering till next week? Yes. You want market maker and ETF AP covering to occur simultaneously. That's what gives us the VUPs. RC tweeted an hour ago. What do you say? Fucking him in his mouth. Shut the fuck up today. What are we giving Jfresh validation for? Getting banned from Superstock? For posting a meme? Fuck. Stop that. You bitch. No. Stable. This just gonna rip? This is the spy. The spy's gonna fuck us today. Because everyone's all giddy because of Japan. You don't want that. We FOMO'd in already. We want it. No, you don't. Trust me. Whether you're in or you're not in, you don't want it. According to option strat, when you have to whoopsie daisies, it becomes a oops, my bad. And then they get in real trouble, like a stern letter. Any reason to think your OPEX predictions don't come true based on this week's price action? Not so far. But I'm sure we'll just run today to like 140 or 150 just to really fucking breed uncertainty. It'll be fun. If Ivy doesn't fall on 950s, will you still buy more and just average up? I already bought more, I think, at market open. It should have filled. Sorta. Wow. 20 of them filled. So if we run today, no VUP, and be prepared to exit Tuesday, not necessarily, but it decreases the likelihood of VUP. That'll really depend on retail's positioning and call options. If broke fucks have been YOLOing into June 24s, and they sell them all today because the price is up, that's a problem. So I was wondering, pre-market this morning, didn't you say we needed to see 40K volume in pre-market? What are the implications since we didn't? We're less likely to run today? There's less pressure on the early morning CNS. So less clearing, but market maker clearing is going to occur right now. We'll see how this plays out. We have in the money calls exercise yesterday, so there's a gamma imbalance, and we're above gamma neutral. So remember, any buying is going to prompt more buying from the MM as they continue to hedge to the positive. Hopefully this just breaks down into the end of the day, but it's not looking like it right now, especially with the active funds pushing up from the SPY. What if we run and longs don't capitulate? That's fine. That helps. But they do. Uh, that's just market psychology. Market behavior is very well analyzed. People don't ever do anything different than really what's expected of them. Especially when it comes to like derivatives. People see green, they take money. Especially going into a long weekend. And if they don't, institutions do. Yeah, I think relative delta strength started picking up yesterday, or it should have. I don't know if he posted the model. I don't think he did. But based on the call buying yesterday, I would say it picked up. What percentage of your OPEX options have you entered so far? As of this morning, about 40%. Which I'm fine with. I mean, it's a big position. I could easily not enter anymore and still be a-okay on the, if we run. I want to enter more, but the rest of my position's probably going to be more speculative and higher risk. If important to take nice profits presents itself today, why not take them and re-enter Tuesday? That's the trick, right? Is you get a run up Tuesday morning and you get priced out of your leverage. That's one of the things that fucked the November run. Is people took profits on Monday and the price just kept going up. Oh, and then when they bought back in on Tuesday, they were buying even further out of the money in order to maintain the same levels of leverage. And that's why it was so easy for everyone to get burned, because there was no stability in the chain. They sold all the calls that were supporting the price out from underneath the current price. Oh, you gotta call me out of my June 24th. I mean, technically they expire before the settlement period ends. So that's a good reason. Possibility we could tank to 108 today? Very, very slim. What's a good IV target for 950s? Up. Their IV increases far more rapidly than the at the money calls. It can, it can spike massively. Dude, we're just following the SPY, no? That doesn't matter. It'll still cause people to dump options. The type of incompetence shown by the OCC would never fly in the refrigeration and greater HVAC industry. This is ridiculous. Yes, it is, Bob Vance. A suggestion on percentage allocation of capital to IV play versus at the money, near the money calls. I feel like if you have to ask how much money are you willing to lose on your position, you probably should reconsider your position in its entirety. IV plays are extremely high risk. They have very tight exits. You don't want to fuck around with them. So probably not a lot, right? It's much better to manage a position that's just in the money than having to worry about, IV spikes and, when your volume trend is going to break. No, I don't think I'll get. I bought more this morning. I bought them at 4.5 though. So I bought another. I got filled on another 20 at market open at 4.5. And then I'm done with the 950s. Talk about dumping Check Baba. Ouch. What was it that's fucking overnight run is my question. That's weird. I'll have to look into that. This looks like a rug pull. I mean, the trend it's on isn't generally considered very strong, but GameStop doesn't need very strong trends to break up, especially right now. BBBY moving up today too. Yeah. Ooh. BBY really moving up today. All right. Are you seeing any puts coming in to suppress price? I mean, they're hedged. They have no reason to suppress the price, right? Further out of the money calls will print more because they have less. So like a 0.2 delta call, say we move up 50%, a 0.2 delta call will experience more price improvement than a 0.4 delta call. Because this starts off with almost no intrinsic value, and as the price goes up, its extrinsic value goes up, but as does its delta value. So its intrinsic value increases as well. So out of the money calls are always more profitable, but they're much higher risk. Hmm. One second, guys. All right. July 1st call is really dumb. It kind of sucks to buy them today because you lose 2 days of theta tomorrow or on the next trading day. I've been testing buying calls at close, puts it open. Interesting. I wonder if that has to do with their quantitative easing. Just following market movement. I mean, we have some gamma exposure too. There were calls exercised yesterday. So both. What are your price targets for BBY OPEX? No idea. Gamma max is infinite. If it doesn't break 10 though, it's not going to do shit. If June OPEX runs into July, what would you look for to either hold or sell your further dated calls? By run into July, what do you mean? It shouldn't run into July, right? Not really. What we should see is OPEX play out over the course of next week. Let me show you here. So we should see OPEX play out over this period, right? This is too far out, I think. It's the 27th, 28th. There we go. I don't know how that got moved. So this is the end of next week here on the 26th, 24th rather. Sorry. And then we should see T+2 movement after, as long as price improvement was high, right? So we'll see that gamma imbalance get shed off. So, you know, we can run up, stabilize, and then up one more time before coming down. Jesus. Phone's going nuts. I have about 5% of my capital in 950s, roughly. What would you look for to either hold or sell your further dated calls? Oh, okay, so we went over that. ETS buying and selling today for rebalance, and is today their deadline? No, their deadline's T+3. Today being the first day of that. They have 3 business days to rebalance. I don't think that 3 business days is subject to FINRA deferral, though. They have to follow the indices rule that they track for rebalance. Does AA deserve an increase in compensation? It's hard work fucking shareholders all day. Of course he does. Silverback. I missed a walk-in Ko-Fi? Oh, you said previously that one could 10 to 12x their IV play gains. Can you explain what kind of action could facilitate that? You need a hard volumetric run um, above gamma max. So high volume. You need very high volume. I love that you refused to move the GME chart, constraining GME to the 132 resistance. Update on 617 puts. Still open as of last night. More opened yesterday. Actually. What's the likelihood of Boom Boom next week? By Boom Boom, do you mean MOASS? Slim. I didn't say the August chain was going to become illiquid. It is illiquid because it just opened. I missed it, but then I read it, right? I know I'm a bit behind on chat. Oh, there was another one. So if we run today, no VUP, and be prepared to exit Tuesday. If we run hard today, yeah. Right now we look good. Got a little extra kick on this morning's exposure with the market coming up, but I think we're going to be okay. If you guys can, like the stream, please. It's a big help. Have you called FINRA and asked their janitor what the deferral schedule is? He might know. He's the one person I didn't ask. The worst thing is, it's not like it's intentional obfuscation, right? Like, they're not like, oh, well, settlement can be like any of these multiple things. They just don't fucking know. They're like, what? Holiday deferral? Huh? So it seems more like incompetence. I'm looking for us to drop to 200 during June OPEX, and then we run hard to sub 150 before July OPEX. Thoughts? Um, yeah, that's the other side of it. Price action not continuing past 10. Yeah, it looks good. No, this isn't like the rug, right? This is definitely what we want to see. Secret Labs, for when you need a tiny pillow that says Secret Labs. $600 tiny pillow and a piece of shit chair. Why can't we get a good old-fashioned heavy shorting day? I think they're overextended. No, we can't run the week after. And I don't think we'll run like Friday. I think the chances of that are pretty slim. The APs will, however, the APs have longer, right? The APs technically have till Friday morning. But the MMs aren't going to give a shit, right? The MMs are just going to hedge risk. And they could do that as early as Monday, as late as Tuesday. No problem, Cripple Mule. Thanks, man. Is there any chance you can provide us with the BBY Greeks next week? I'll see. I mean, the problem is Gamma Max is infinite. So there's not a lot I can provide, right? Stranger Rage. Because, I mean, that'd be the only Greek you care about. On days when you expect positive price movement from Gamma balance, wouldn't SPY calls at open be a smart play? Not necessarily. The SPY's price action isn't really driven by its options chain that much. It's like the opposite of GameStop in that way, and it's like hyper liquid. Didn't the OPEX in November allow for an extra T+5? No. Uh, it allowed for, there wasn't a holiday in November. February? February ran on the third day, I believe. The T+3 day. The 24th, if I'm not mistaken. It seems unlikely the shorts would be overextended right now with everything being down so hard. Their margin must be in really nice shape. Yes, but liquidity is an issue. Right, a user? And liquidity in the ETFs is going to be an issue too. Acquisition rumors are always nice. But it's a coin flip when you buy into them. Don't tell people what calls they can buy. Superman. People are going to get burned regardless of what you say. On my broker, a lot of options have higher bid than ask. Hmm. That was Gamma Max Infinite because the call side, the out of the money calls are drastically in excess of the current put value, like the out of the money puts. Like all the puts on BBBY are at $7, $8, and $9, or 8, 9, and 10. Sorry. And so, and then there's just an obscene amount of call volume on almost every strike. So it's like 0.003, 0.03 puts a call ratio out of the money. 0.06, 0.07. This is a lot of calls to puts. And so it's probably skews Gamma Max like way up. Oh, did Atomic post the BBBY Greeks? Cool. Give you a quick overview of what a Volgavana squeeze is and the type of scenarios that can potentially cause it. There's a clip where I covered that in the past. I think if you look up Volgavana. But essentially what happens is they have to begin hedging their volatility positions. And that causes the buying of options, which causes the hedging of options, which means they have to hedge more, which causes the buying of more options, and then subsequently the hedging of those options, uh, constantly driving up volatility and increasing price, especially if like the market maker hedge is directionally up. And that keeps compounding, essentially. They get caught in a hedging loop, which it's very possible that OCC 001-22 eliminated. So the potential for a Volgavana squeeze may not be there anymore. Or if it is, it's not as high as it used to be. There's like 33 calls to every put on the chain for BBBY out of the money. That's how Gamma Max is infinite. I just stopped by early just to see what lies you're spreading about me. I have a reputation and need to make sure you aren't tarnishing with some bull nonsense. Don't worry, Gaff. I haven't told anybody about your overt bullishness. that panicky feeling, that uncertainty that you're feeling right now, and I can tell by the questions I'm getting today, stuff it down. You can't think straight when you feel like that. The anxiety, you gotta ignore it. Take a Xanax. I don't care how you deal with it, but get rid of it. It's not gonna help you. Sure, that's possible, Johnny A. There's absolutely some potential for economic warfare. Can they short through the T+1 in 2 days? Yes. Gonna be a little hard given that they lose all their puts today, but yes. Gurk, I'm depressed because you've ignored me all week. I literally talked to you yesterday. I bought a bunch of degenerate options just to feel. You were gonna do that anyway. Gamma Max Infinite because far dated, deep out of the money calls make up most positions on BBBY. Yeah. A better way to look at the Gamma Max on BBBY may not be to look at the full chain, but just to look at the like 30-day expiration. Although that's going to give you an inaccurate result as well. But maybe one closer in line with near-term potential. Why does quad witching typically affect the SPY one way or the other? Why? Oh, it's massive repositioning. There's $3.4 trillion in options expiring today. Futures expired today, which is huge. All of that, you know, is going to have an effect on the equities market. Big fat Subway cup. Fat chunks of money need moved. Does it become bad if we fall back to GN? No. I don't think we will, but no. That's not true either, Superman. You can get favorable entries regardless of when you exit and re-enter. If you exited it at 132 and you buy back in at 128, the spread is not going to eat your fucking value. GameStop options are far more liquid than that. I understand. Well, that's good advice to the inexperienced because they are going to just buy at the mid. Um, you know, you can profit off of a $5 move to the upside. Quite a lot. Quad witching typically affects SPY more today or next week. The effects of quad witching are mostly next week. SPX options expire this morning though, so those some of the shit from those can be realized earlier in the day. I feel nothing, bro. I've already lost everything. I won't be selling anytime soon. It's good. Feeling nothing is good. Losing everything, not so great. Was that you buying 600 Gen 950s? No? That's on the self-fulfilling prophecy post on your subreddit. I didn't see it. I can't imagine going back to being a normie, trying to figure out the market and thinking moves are based on fundamentals. I mean, they still are. Obligations are really what seem to move the market, mostly. Yeah. Gert used to care about me. Oh, no, I didn't, Moon. I guess in the BBBY channel on the Discord. Dude, Danny DeVito invented Velcro? That's not true at all. Where are you getting this from? It depends on which contract you bought and when you bought it. That self-fulfilling prophecy post was the one suggesting you're building the world's largest hedge fund thing. That's crazy. Little me? Oh. What should I look at? What should I look for in a CFA? I want to take my OPEX gains and have someone who knows what they're doing manage them. You want to make 3% a year for the rest of your life? Just just below inflation? Good price for wheat leaps. What's it at right now? Sub 11's nice. Sub 10's better, but Danny DeVito for mod. Thanks, Silence of the Dans. It's good to have you back in here. Otherwise, how would I know who to moderate? No Greeks posted. I just posted their increasing position of $5 to $9 puts in July. Okay. 3% is not just below inflation anymore. I mean, outside of the current transitory inflation, popcorn trader. They have 3 business days, Byronic. Roll 120s to August 200s for a $5 credit. Or get assigned and CSP it up. Roll 120s to August 200s. Or get assigned and CSP it up. That's a tough choice. Fuck, you have to roll all the way out to August? I mean, with current IV, isn't the, like, isn't the CSP route better for you? Like, more profitable? What are your views on direct routing orders via IEX? Who gives a shit? Seriously, it doesn't matter. You're not buying enough shares that anyone fucking cares. Are you worried about Citadel holding your order back for 15 minutes? It doesn't matter if GameStop doesn't realize, you know, a 1 cent price move over the course of the year. Not for you. I mean, for somebody holding millions of shares, that might matter, but it's irrelevant to retail. I finally diversified my portfolio. I have Jan 950s and a couple different far out of the money July 15 strikes. Am I diversifying properly? You've diversified yourself into a very high risk portfolio. It's August, but for credit. I mean, you're selling cover calls out past 2 OPEC dates. Would you be able to buy back on a dip or no? I roll my cover call all the way to October just to be safe. Nice, Cobra. Isn't July the best option? It's one of the better ones, yeah, Robert Dole. Best is relative, but it's solid. It gives you enough time. Are you trading blocks of 100s? Right? No one cares about you, LOL. I mean, it's the truth though, right, Gaff? Like, it's like no one cares about your fucking 5-share order through IEX. It's irrelevant. It wouldn't even move the fucking price anyway. You're telling me that my 5-share IEX purchase didn't just move the markets? I'm telling you that even if you bought through IEX, fucking Citadel's the DMM. So they still can internalize the fucking order regardless. There's no guarantee of it hitting the lit exchange. You can't bypass the DMMs on NYSE. They are the end point for all order flow. They pay the NYSE handsome penny for that privilege. Does XRT closing above or below 60 have any impact on OPEX? Huge put OI at the 60p. No. And yes, I'm aware of the huge put OI. There's there's just huge put OI at a bunch of strikes, but yeah, a lot at 60. Will Ivy still drop sometime today? Intraday, yes. It's down now from earlier. Check DMs. What do you got for me, turd? We got exciting things. They're starting to roll out to July 15th. Jesus, we're going to have OPEX every month. This is amazing. Dope. August is most safe expiry. I mean, the roll still kicks back gamma imbalance. That's a very small amount of those calls being rolled forward versus ones being left to expire, right? They can't roll forward all of them. They still have to close some. Probably just roll forward the ones where it's advantageous on the spread. Close out the rest. Didn't they roll all the ones in May and it still caused a $50 move? Sure, they'll still likely roll to July 15th. Just saying August to capture that exposure. Yeah. Yeah. August to capture July. When we get to it. Yeah, okay. It's gonna be interesting. I mean, we'll need to see how much OI closed on Monday, right? That'll be the biggest tell. Once we can see OI Monday and see where it's like the dust settles, right? But that doesn't look any different than March when they were rolling forward. Kind of looks the same, actually. More frequent but smaller runs, possibly. I'll take it. Not necessarily smaller. Were you not here 2 weeks ago? That's what we thought too, but no. The problem is the bar rate's still very elevated. They're crashing the SPY to prevent OPEX. I called out SPY 358.12, but it's an old support. No, yeah, if that's what you're this is an old support. So I mean, all of these supports are old. The SPY hasn't been this low since 2020, right? We need to see volume today as well. I think that might telegraph next week's moves a bit, like we discussed. Yeah, volume's still really low today, which I think is bullish. Don't forget on the SPY, you always have psychological resistances at the option strikes. So high interest option strikes, like 360, right? 365, 355. These will all be they'll present some support and resistance. I got a Ko-Fi. Sorry. Hey Girk, I just want to thank you for your work. Sadly, I'm too poor for options, but your cycle DD made me average down my GME a lot. Here's hoping for a good OPEX. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Sir Valdor? Sir Valdor. I appreciate it, man. Why 200, not 180? We know how 180 can put up a fight. Just more leverage? Oh, it was just like a good entry. That's why I got them. Nice tight spread. Not a lot of OI yet. When a stock is hitting 52-week lows, what TA can be used to see the reversal? I mean, you have to find historic support. Or you have to wait and see where support is built up in the new range. What do you think is AMD's fair value? Like $130 to $165 a share. You're waiting till end of day to enter the majority of your positions? I might wait till next week. We'll see. I might buy some more today. I might not. Not right now. Volatility is still a little peaked. Should I request off work next week? See you. There was some drama that wiped out his following? I have no idea. Not that I'm aware of. Instead of saying support resistance, say, why is Kenny so afraid of 140 so SS can understand? I don't have time for that. Why spy dump? Because the economy's a giant flaming turd. I like BBBY. I don't think they're going to go out of business. I think there's potential. Why does OI help your money on out of the entry on out of the money options? Well, at a psychological level, like 200, if you see low OI, right? That means that, and you buy in early, expecting price movement in the future. Other people are going to buy into that contract after, right? And the IV on that contract is going to increase. So the option moves from lower liquidity to higher liquidity, and thus its value improves. That's what a lot of like YouTube and Discord like options gurus do, is they'll buy into like a shitty strike and then they'll push that strike like on their user base, which pumps the value of the option. Next week, the best opportunity you can come up with for me to turn 15 into $25. There's a lot of ways for you to turn 15 into $25. None of them involve the stock market, popcorn trader. Just got back to the stream. So sorry if already answered. Will anybody call exercising affect OPEX at all? Or is that just them satisfying more immediate issues? That's them satisfying more immediate issues. And likely satisfying FTDs on GameStop directly. I still think this is going to be similar to Freg's Day. I'm ready. Rig is really cheap. Why? It's a big piece of shit. That's why. Why do you think? It's not because it's like a super great fucking company that's wildly undervalued. The economy is perfectly fine. Okay. Is rig a good entry right now? No, oil's coming down, isn't it? There's potential in BBBY if they put their baby up for adoption. It's true. What would you call today if it's a sequel to Freg's Day? I don't know. I have to think about it. Are you describing your business model? I mean, it's not. That's why I don't really tell people what strikes to buy. What's the last day you'd be willing to wait for price action before selling out of your positions next week? Friday? Yeah. Bobby breakout? Their panic put buying today makes me think they weren't ready for OPEX, which is exciting. I hope someone just gets fucking crushed over there. Why do you look up to Elon Musk? I don't. Fine, freaked out, insecure, neurotic, and emotional. Sometimes late at night, I look at my BBY contracts and I go, grr. And what does that do for you? BBY looking stronger than most today. It's looking good. You spelled fleshlight wrong, Fubar. No, I haven't fully entered my position for OPEX. A lot of it, but not fully. Fragment day. We get pickles on the screen on the run. I was told there will be pickles. Maybe. If you behave yourself. What is the strategy goal for panic put buying? To keep the price from breaking out. I've seen several orders for June 24th, 130p. Okay. Profitable if you bought them here, right? Very. Oh yeah, they're gonna buy puts today. See, here's what I think's going on BBBY. I think somebody came in, some vulture fund. I think someone came in, made an offer on baby. The offer was shit. Um, and so they've decided to short the stock in order to get the board to capitulate and make the sale. I think they fucked themselves. Because I think they did this without knowledge of the looming obligations on BBBY. So I hope they have a bunch of fucking money, because they're going to need to suppress the price a lot. Why don't you look up to Elon Musk? Because he's an asshat. What's the next resistance? $97.58. No, not panic put buying on GME so much. No, I'm not putting up the bull meter. No more of that. It's too many questions, too many people talking about it. I'm not doing it anymore. It's annoying. Will we still run next week if Freg doesn't make an appearance? Maybe. We've run without Freg before. It's better when he's there though. Apollo or someone like that. Cerberus? Just shitty, distressed asset buyers, right? No, BCG's a consulting group. Pulte? Maybe. And if their position gets blown up, I mean, with the call gamma on the chain infinitely expanding upwards, they probably get blown up with it as well. Will their price suppression create any kind of obligations on the stock? No, they're kind of doing it in a very basic way. It doesn't have the nuance that the short positions on GameStop and stuff do. It's just a big block of fucking put OI until they make their offer, right? Which will be shitty. I believe the correct term is numpty. That is what I called him yesterday. It's just garish, frankly, and unrefined, and an embarrassment to fund strategists everywhere. Like just some like dumb hick options play. Like, oh, I'm just gonna buy a bunch of put gamma and keep the price down. Idiots. But everyone in this chat knows, what does the market do to people who make stupid plays? Come on. Raise your hand. That's on July 15, 145, 150, 155. Kind of close together, yeah. You could probably do with a little more spread. I mean, the concentration's fine if that's what you prefer for your risk, but flexing your vocabulary. Fuck you, Cornhub. I don't think they were concerned about that play with RC Ventures letter. Or is that how they got the idea? I think that's how they got the idea. No one's assuming shit, Robert Dole. It makes them pigeon wheels. No, no fiscal stupidity. It doesn't. Since it's so basic, though, what's the weakness of it? Interest? Simply interest. If buy pressure comes in, they're not only is their put position shitty and like a terrible strategy for price suppression, it's in a very narrow band, and the market makers are already pricing them out of puts. So it costs them double, like not double, but like 33% more to hedge or to protect their put position than it does for long buyers to go long. So they bought so much fucking put gamma that they've skewed the value in the chain. So now it's more expensive for them to maintain their position in the event that they experience upward pressure. Well, 13 months ago, I entered the stream knowing nothing about the markets. Today, I still know absolutely nothing. But now I'm down about 15,000 on weekly YOLOs. None of this is possible without you. Thanks. I love you, Girk. Thanks, Mr. Diggs. Also, while you're out on the balcony, can you get that spot off the window? You laugh, but I actually use that put gamma voice to narrate children's books. When next pickle drawing? P.S. LOL at Mr. Diggs. Knuckleballer. Soon. Lots of people are assuming. Lots of people will always assume you can't talk bulls down. Believe me, I've tried. It's one of the key psychological aspects of being a bull, right? They just full charge. Consequences be damned. They're covering slowly now into active fund selling, same as yesterday. Yeah. But this is just FTD covering, right? This isn't like gamma exposure covering. I'm thinking about a particularly crispy thin crust pizza for dinner tonight. Can you just discuss toppings that complement that best? Crispy and thin. Ew. Like New York pizza thin or like a cracker? If you're eating a cracker, maybe some like caramelized onion, chev. Pear? Do you know how to glaze some pears? You can poach a few pears. Poached pear, caramelized onion, goat cheese. That's just off the top of my head. I really don't know. I don't eat crackers very often. Maybe some caviar. You get some savory with your sweet. I'm doing alright, man. You never call anymore. I've just been busy lately, man. It's cool though. I'll get back in touch like next week. Is Cat a good entry? Will continue to fall with the SPY, possibly through lower end of the channel. Yeah, Cat can continue to fall, which I said yesterday when everyone was like, is Cat a good entry? Fucking just be patient. Cat doesn't usually turn around super fast. We love charging at red flags. Baba support at 101. There is support on Baba at 101. I think. I don't know. I don't have my Baba chart here. Hold on. Baba. Baba support at 101.54. So 101.54, 95.59. But there's also one here that I don't think I have marked at 98.90. So 101.54, 98.90. I should mark that while I remember. $98.95. And then 95.60 after that. It'll be less gappy, sub 100. There's a lot more stabilization in that range. Can you go over all the obligations on BBBY and where they came from? I mean, the obligations on it are from it being part of the fucking short basket for retail. The giant put position on it, I have no idea who's put that in place. But it's not the same entity that like shorts BBBY and GameStop. Or if it is, they've just done a big dumb. New York pizza isn't like thin and crispy. I mean, it is, but it's not. I know what he's talking about. He's talking about like a cracker pizza, like a Domino's thin crust. He's not talking about New York style pizza. It's not a pizza though. It's a cracker. OG rules. The market is burning. I'm not worried because as a member of Dillionaire, I get one free super chat a month. Thanks, Kirk. Welp, I gotta run. They're trying to repossess the car I've been living in. Ciao. Thank you so much, Walt Trillionaire. Can they run it already on Monday, even though there's a holiday in the US? No. There's like no liquidity in the European market. If they're able to hold BBBY under $10, this OPEX, would that make future OPEXs more bullish? Or does it have any effect on later OPEXs? I mean, it shouldn't have any effect on later OPEXs. It doesn't make them more bullish either. I don't think they're positionally the same. Like, whoever bought the put gamma that's keeping BBBY's price suppressed is not the same people that, you know, manipulate the volatility through ETFs. You need to learn how to YouTube. You could be making way more than you are now. Nah. Because that would mean YouTube would make way more than I am now. And that's, yeah. Yep, can confirm. Degen and Cat 220s yesterday, down 46%. Why does no one listen to me? Like, I haven't been trading the fucking stock for 6 months. What are the chances of BBY hitting $7 today? Decent. Be interesting to start seeing those puts blowing up. There's not a lot of put OI at 7. S&P isn't going below 3650 for long today. That massive JPM position will not allow it. I'll play it long each time it hits there. Fair. Wait, didn't it already drop below 3650? It did. Is SPX not that low? Oh, okay. That's weird. Why is there so much arbitrage there? Wait, no, this said 3636. I mean, it's still a large gap. The SPY's a little off, huh? Interesting. Guess I should have bought calls. Is that the like $3 billion spread they put in place? Well, OPEX isn't Latin, right? So it's not opposites. Do you have a source for historical IV data? You can use bar chart, TDA, and Fidelity have it. I think IBKR has it also. Options are evil, and they keep the squeeze from occurring. Morantz. Dumb. Didn't know I got a free chat. Look at all the benefits being a billionaire can give you. Not only can you go against the advice of Gurk, you can let people know about it too. Everyone, nah, I'm not saying that. That's stupid. If you added more polls, played more songs, and posted the bolometer, you'd double your subscribers. What makes you think I want more people in here? Even 1x of revenue, Bye Bye Baby sells for 1.4 to 1.6 billion. 3650, 4300 spread. Okay. That's I think I saw it like in one of my notifications the other day. What services do you use for live options data? WeBull? No, nobody has like truly live options data unless you have like a direct line to CBOE. It's usually just estimated based off order flow. Supposedly Webull has CBOE direct, and I will say that their pricing's usually pretty good. But it's still off like 30 seconds or so. What happened with their put positions on GME? Getting lit on fire right now. This? That's VWAP. Thanks, Dominic. What are you looking for to enter near the money? I don't know. Cheaper prices? If GME cycles stop and trades like a normal stock, will you still continue streaming? I don't know. How much money have I made at this point, Sean? This, in your hypothetical. If you fertilize your fields and water us more, you'd have so many more potatoes in here. Thanks, Mighty Potato. Will the member stream be open to all this weekend? Yeah, of course. It's OPEX week. As you wish, unliked, unwatched, and unsubbed. See you later, Mark. Listen, I've said this once and I'll say it again. If I worked for BlackRock and I was trying to influence people to be bullish on GameStop, that would be the best case for MOASS that anybody has ever presented. Ace Ventura, thank you so much. How do you wash your VWAP hat? I have like a little thing that you put in the dishwasher with some like detergent, like not dishwashing detergent, use like laundry detergent. It's like a little cage and you put your hat in it and then your hat gets washed. In yesterday's end of day video, you called out a daily pattern today to be careful of. That pattern is almost exactly playing out. I know. I'm good at stocks. This is like that woman who wrote about killing her husband and then did it. You do work for BlackRock. No. Closed all my CCs, bought all my calls, free to run. I'd slip Kathy a tenner for her to wet a palm and smack my face. Okay, Wagner. I mean, I'm not gonna kink shame you there. Buy 10% of ARC with that kind of money. Just saying, you can spend it somewhere better. You've washed the sweat from Freg's Day out of the hat. You've killed its future auction value. I'll never auction it. Ew. Are you worried about BBBY running today like you're worried about GME? Not at all. Block order is rolling in on Bobby. If that pattern's playing out, should we be concerned? But no, this is the bullish pattern. This is just FTD clearing. This isn't bad. We just don't want the price to go up to like 140 or 150. We want it to stay relatively in this range, and that's awesome on low volume. What we don't want is the big version of that pattern. Like, we don't want it doing this. This is fucking fine. This also means they're afraid of next week, right? Can't have people getting bullish over the weekend. We spent some time talking of Our Lady VWAP and the blessings she bestows on her followers. Trash Dan has the copy pasta. Praise be to VWAP and blessed be thy gains. I'm not worried about BBBY like GMA because I don't give a shit about it. Because I'm not over invested into it. I mean, I am, but not for me. In an effort to subdue repetitive, mundane questions today, put up an MMAT chart and dual stream some Elden Ring. Ew. It only needs 4. But then my 0 DTEs wouldn't print. Oh well. How do you estimate your limit entries for options positions? I seem to get it wrong as my orders don't get filled. Use a Black-Scholes calculator. Like, are you trying to buy options at market open? Based on the pre-market price, or... I don't know how you could get it wrong. You have the bid. If you're above the bid, you're going to be the next order to fill. If you're at the ask, you'll fill immediately. If you're at the mid, you're probably likely to get filled by the market maker. Chances of a GME drop on Tuesday. It could happen. Tuesday's T+1, so no reason for it not to. 6,600 shares. Also, I don't give a shit about it. I mean, it's money I've reconciled that I could lose anyway, right? Also, it's slightly more now. I bought more yesterday. It was cheap, right? Like, I didn't want to miss $5. I feel like I've strayed too far from Lady VWAP over the past few months. I'm prepared to sacrifice my 501c3 in her honor. Welcome back to the fold, Eric. She will wrap you in her warm, sometimes overly constrictive embrace. If you don't expect the price to really drop that much further, are you waiting till Monday for at-the-money and the money options so you don't pay for theta over the weekend? I mean, I already have like 12 contracts at 145. I don't know how many like 130s I'm gonna buy. Right now they would be 130. But yeah, if I buy those, they're gonna be shorter dated. And it'll be after the weekend. Advice for coping with regret and greed. You should cope with the regret before you enter the position, frankly. I know that sounds mean, but it's true. You shouldn't enter a position that you're going to regret later. Even if you lose it all. If you lose everything you put into it, and that would cause regret later, you've put too much in, right? So it's something that needs to be addressed in advance. As far as greed goes, compounding profits are the key to a successful portfolio. You will not lose money. Even if you only gain a little bit at a time, taking profits. And a little bit at a time on more and more capital is more and more at a time, right? I think if more people really understood the math behind compounding gains, they would be a lot less greedy. Our Lady who art above us, VWAP be thy name. Thy tendies come, thy DD done, in practice as it is in theory. Give us this day our daily gains, and forgive us our bearishness. As we forgive those who bet against us, lead us not into degeneracy, but deliver us from losses. For thine is the market and the profits, and the money, forever and ever. Riku. Pretty sure we won't run till next Friday, as it's the one day I'm stuck on a plane. Ouch. Good time to buy 950s? What are they doing? They're a little pricey. I do want to get my extra 15 of them, but I'm not going to buy them at this price. Maybe towards the midday, like later in the midday, when IV stagnates a bit. Can you look at drip? Is oil under pressure due to ECF rebalancing? No, oil is just resolving its run. Got 22 Cs. I mean, it's got room to move up today. Volume's all right. It looks good. A lot of resistance here at 2250 though. If it breaks that, you got a nice move. Maybe back up to the 26 levels. If you're looking to enter an OPEX position today, what would you be looking for to optimize them? Wait, what? To optimize the entry. Ideally you want to like get in when IV's a little crushed. If you can. I mean, the delta you're paying is going to be relatively the same. We haven't really traded very far out of this range. So, but yeah, I mean, if you can get like midday, if volume really slumps, it's already pretty low. So IV is crushing a bit today. You could have an opportunity to enter like another one. Do you ever market order options? Yeah, I do. Sometimes you just want to close regardless of the bids, the spread. BBBY doesn't give a fuck. As I donate you a cut of my earnings, please donate me a cut of my 0 TTs. Are any other stocks behaving like GameStop at this time? What do you mean, like the rest of the basket? No, none of them are as illiquid, right? So like Express is having an okay day. BBBY is having a very good day. AMC is doing exactly what GME is doing, except on a much shittier scale. But none of them are really going to behave the same way as GameStop, right? JNW maybe, or JWN. JWN looks pretty good today. This is kind of illiquid. This is a closer contender. Smaller float, right? AMD's underperforming it. Tesla is overperforming it. Apple's overperforming. JPM isn't immune to losing money. No, but they can move markets, right? Oh, they're probably also hedged, right? So they're not really gonna actually lose money, um, regardless of the price action. Mia is doing well the last few days too. Interesting. Do you think any other stock could have become GameStop, or does it help the situation that GameStop is allowed to gain in popularity? That's tough to say. It's it's still a bit of a Goldilocks, even within the basket. It's liquid enough that it doesn't have the same issues that DDS does, but it's not so illiquid that it has the issues that like AMC or JNW have. It's kind of right in the sweet spot for generating volatility, which is what draws the interest, right? Ryan Cohen buys more BBBY. They sell baby. OPEX round and all this put shed. Could we see 69,420? No, but I mean, if all of those things were to occur simultaneously, then it could run up into like the 80s. I did not fucking say that. Believe me, if Gaff ever buys a GME call, I've succeeded. RC's gonna announce he bought 10,000 BBBY 0 DTE 7Cs in honor of his dad. Jesus Christ. No, he's not. Is it true when SS says that GME moves the market? No. No, it's not at all. How should I factor in compounding losses? Nordstrom's. Yeah. Nordstrom's is interesting. 80, 80s as in 80K? Wait, what? Jesus Christ, man. That's a lot of BBBY options. Oh, my allergies are flaring up big. What the fuck is going on? You getting calls today or wait until next week? I don't know. I've got a bunch of calls already. Like, I've got a decent chunk. I want more, but do I want more risk? I don't know. I'm feeling saucy, you know? Like, I'm never greedy enough. And I'm always pissed off about it. Say I can buy back the rolled August on a drop. Would that be the way to go then? Probably, yeah. I mean, I can't believe you have to go so far out and so far out of the money to get a credit. I mean, if RC had been buying BBBY during this time, he would have had to have reported it already. Rug pull for Bobby next week or run? No idea. Jesus Christ, Dave. Don't say things like that. Remember the Fregs of November. That's why you're not a poor. Maybe. Claritin D for mass? Go grab a bottle of whiskey and start pissing away six figures into 624 200 calls. Don't tempt me, Carl. I don't think he would have, would he? He isn't technically an insider. He owns a like considerable amount. It doesn't matter if he's an insider, he owns 10% of the company, right? More now because the share buyback's complete. So he has to file, I think, within 2 days of purchase. 3 days? DFV with leverage could just buy the whole company. Why? If today should be anything, it should be a Freg's Day memorial. Nothing better than fear to create cautious investors. If ETFs provide infinite liquidity, does retail selling shares hurt a run? Whether the run is OPEX or MOASS? Not really. The effect is negligible. On a scale from 1 to 10, do you think TFE is still holding? I mean, I think he is, because why wouldn't he? His cost basis is fucking nothing. He would hold for all the reasons that I still hold, except he has an even cheaper cost basis. Infinite money from covered calls forever, for as long as GameStop remains crazy volatile. Big fat account leverage. It's great. Do I need to go put Jfresh in the cage to make sure he doesn't eat frag when he returns? Jfresh has never damaged frag while eating him before. It's not really a worry. 10 contracts, 7 strikes, 0 DTE, 85%. $85 only, down 22%. Am I doing this right? No, that's terrible. Why would you buy BBBY contracts before OPEX? That expire before OPEX? Do you think Cohen has a massive security detail? Probably not. Yeah, Citadel doesn't probably care about disappearing Cohen. Fine, make it tequila and just put it on market order for 10,000 0 DTE 150Cs and light this rocket. Oh boy, Carl. They'd have to be like 125s, not 150s. He is but he becomes, so he can buy up to like 20%, I think, without becoming an insider. But after the share buyback, his 9.8% increased, right? Because the shares outstanding decreased, so his percentage ownership increased, a user. So he owns over 10%. But his agreement allows him to own to 20, I think, right? June 18th is the 1-year anniversary of DFE's last tweet. Nice. Yep. Is it? Yeah, I think it is. I thought his last tweet was on the 9th. A user put their pickle in my jar. CNBC is reporting that Sajit has passed away in an unfortunate curry overdose. I don't know if you can overdose on curry. I mean, I guess anything's toxic. Fine, I'll do it myself. All right. No, you'll just lose 5% of your money on slippage, top left. I will donate $5 to the $100,000 market order. I have BBBY, 7Cs, 715 are up 10%. Nice. Do you have Jimmy calls it for shorter dates than 950 Jans? Yeah, I have a bunch of July 15s. Shorter than that, I haven't bought anything yet. RC holding back to buy more Bobby till today, next week. Wait, anything? Where the fuck did that comment go? Oh, rolling the puts still creates a gamma imbalance, right? They're still buying when the ETF rebalances, regardless of if the puts are closed or rolled, right? The puts are simply used to mark long created positions. Slippage, same like mutual fund profits. Hey, Girk, is BBBY dead? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. What would you do if your cost basis was 180? Try to sell some and get a much lower entry, or sell CCs forever? I mean, I'd probably buy more at a cheaper price. Can you play the original Riku song on the occasion of the Freg's Day Memorial? We need to be pumped for next week. I'm not reading your hashtag, Dwayne the Long Johnson. I'll consider it. At this point, do you see us still dipping below 126 before OPEX? No, I think we're gonna hold the line. This is a strong support, right? It takes quite a bit of force to push us down below this. 125 interest is quite high. Being shadow banned feels bad. I don't think you are, I'm a turtle. But make sure if you're trying to message me, you tag me so I can see it. Have you noticed the Dans have stopped trying to get you to read their advertisements? I have. It's great. Why didn't you tell us to buy options? It's not my job. Some real estate investor hid 20K somewhere in Utah and released a riddle as a clue. I posted the riddle on Discord General. I need everyone help to solve it so I can spend 20K on 0 DTEs. I mean, yeah, but you're not going to be able to, though, because, like, the funds have to clear. It's a waste of time. Why no Tesla 700? I didn't buy them. That's why. What makes you think he has mortgages? No, of course he does. No one ever pays for anything that expensive. What tells you that BBY puts are an idiot firm suppressing the price versus a marked long position? Well, first of all, they're in the money. Second of all, BBY doesn't have any significant FTDs. It has plenty of liquidity. Those are the big ones. Have you been down and out lately? Has the woes of the market and the sadness of no JPOW money printer got you dreary? Come on down to your local Wendy's dumpster and the Dans will get you hopped up on hopium again. Thank you, random Dan. Apparently the LME will, for disclosure of OTC trades after the nickel fiasco. Do you think that forced disclosure will change the way in which reporting happens with us? Not applicable. Not applicable. Nice bit of call away below us expiring in the money. How much will that Gex help bump the rocket next week? Oh, a bit. I think personally they are chomping at the bit to run the stock. They need to. They got to get some liquidity. They got a little bit on the pop in May, but not enough. They need more. $5K to buy 110p June 24 as a hedge. Consider the money lost, but 4x if we drop to 100 on Wednesday. Okay. Buy options for 20K. Going for calls with some theta will protect against sideways. Okay. Yeah, that's decent. Not a terrible plan to hedge your downside. Yeah, no problem, Mart Leaf Lang. Is price action you expected, assuming no pre-OPEX covering? Yes. This is what I discussed wanting this morning after 10 p.m. And I'm getting what I want. Oh, we got trolled about bipolar bear yesterday. There was a bunch of ko-fis from a quote-unquote bipolar bear about him going to jail. I'm just in Quantcord talking to myself and posting charts. It's wonderful. Finally a place where you can be you, turd. Are they non-contextual? Did I mention my wife bought me the options as a strategic investment and study guide for my birthday? Lots of reading to do now. Oh, dude, she's gonna divorce your ass. You better fucking up your game. I feel like that's you got to read more into that. Have you been losing money on options? Does she know? You should spend all your money just in case. RDBX warrants released 1 million of them at 11.50 and no options anymore. And still they're calling for people to hodl on the fucking forums. Yeah, people are fucking stupid, man. The more you watch these shitty like SPAC pump and dumps, the more you'll see how much of like the GameStop narrative is just bullshit that fucking bag holders try to force on each other. Hey Girk, what do you think is a realistic high-end OPEX now? I've been having trouble sleeping and I need the blood away from my brain and somewhere else. I mean, the realistic high end is Gamma Max 160. Anything beyond that's just extra gravy, right? It's an extra serving of gains. Cool, I'm not shadow banned. I'm glad you tested that before just asking the question. Wondering about IV option plays like the 950s. Do you already place limit sells now with good till canceled set, or do you do market orders when the time comes? Both. Part of the position set to limit sell at like 2x, 4x, 5x, and then the rest of the position I just market sell wherever I can. Can you explain how running a stock provides liquidity for the newbies here today? Oh yeah, people fucking sell it. That's how. How's your house cash wife swap going? I mean, I haven't received any payments. Since it seems like those puts today are toast, how much money did they just set on fire? About $165 million. Have they done that before? No. Usually those puts always print. Um, well, no, not in the last year. Before that, yes. In December of 2021 and September of 2021. They lit a shitload of puts on fire. which makes me think that GameStop FTDs remained elevated past our last reported date of May 31st. Probably all the way into this week. Always. Perfect. Perfect turd. I was in training the past couple days. Oh, okay. So yeah, someone was like ko-fiing and being like, "Well, I guess I'm going to jail for 5 years," and just trolling, I guess. No, that's not part of the strategy. The imposter said you were going to prison for 5 years for stealing a balloon and assaulting a cop. Yeah, that's the whole story. My girlfriend hates it when I talk about anything stock related. She thinks I have a crush on you. Do you? Gurk's alarm clock? I do nothing but lose money on options. The wife got me the book to turn things around, but she doesn't know how much I lose. Okay, good. You can breathe easier now. She knows you're losing something, though. August has pitiful liquidity compared to July and October. It just opened, that's why. Okay, cut it out. Are you a price action time traveler? Sure. You see how the IV's dropping? I'm not grumpy at all. Fuck you, Justin. I don't just come and like, oh, you're grumpy today. Don't assume my mood. We sell a portion of contracts at Gamma Max. Maybe. Worked out well for me last time. I know you aren't in Zom. No, I'm in Oxy, but price target for August. I don't like the current decline in like oil futures. I'd be careful moving into oil now. I don't know if it's gonna bounce again. Sometimes when oil pricing dies off, it just fucking dies. So I'd be careful with it. If it gets a bounce on the trend that I'm pretty sure it's already fallen through, um, it can move back up to like the $91 range. It'll either bounce off this trend or the EMA like the EMA 90 right here at 86.86. Those are the levels you're gonna want to watch. So if this doesn't start to turn around, it doesn't look good. And a fall back through 83.40 is bearish. Very bearish. Is this gonna break up or down? Which? Jamie? I don't want it to break anywhere. Just flat. I'm super far behind on chat, I know. Any specific options look better than others for OPEX? Sure, but that changes like every second. Sorry, late to the stream. Do we see a dip today, Tuesday? Also, have they rug pulled during OPEX in the past? Yeah, they rug pulled in November and February. January kind of sucked dick too, but the obligations were fewer in Feb and Jan than they are now. You mentioned you've seen the most profit on OPEX runs with calls from 0.15 to 0.3. Right now, those are 180 to 240 for July. Wouldn't those be pretty risky if Gamma Max is just 160? I mean, they won't go in the money, right? And pricing is skewed. So those are being hedged more than they should be. Those options, like, you know, outside of the market, those wouldn't be being priced so high. So the market makers, assigning a higher delta value to them and a higher percentage chance of going in the money, which is bullish, by the way. But yeah, there's some risk. Also, the farther dated you are, the higher. So I'm talking, like, when I say that, I'm talking about like the 30-day window for delta, right? And so, like, delta like point three is like 143 right now within the 30-day window. So the further out you are, the higher the delta is. So take that into account. But I wouldn't be buying probably any 240s. Don't get me wrong, if we run, those will print. They'll print pretty hard, but they're not probably going to go in the money. Yeah, no problem, Patrick Thomas. Congrats on the new house. If they were going to run it early, they would have already. We're not running like November because this OPEX isn't on F-Man. Feb had Ukraine news to dump the cycle. And March? Robert Dole? Yes, my TDA broker asked me if I knew how GameStop thingy started. You gotta present a better bear case than that. The data all points to an OPEX run. Everything we track that coincides with an OPEX run is in position. So, and there's an ETF rebalance, which means, obligations in the ETFs need to be cleared out. So if you can tell me a way to dodge that, I'm willing to listen. They did not have an ETF rebalance in February, and yes, the war in the Ukraine crushed the price action. Otherwise, February would have been much like May. Does the Monday holiday partially throw off timing? I mean, no, because we're accounting for it. How do we know it's not in November? We don't. Obligations are higher in the ETFs. That's bullish. But we don't know it's not in November. I mean, protect your downside. If people had protected their downside in November, everyone would have made a shitload of money, right? It's not that November was bad, it was the drop was unexpected. And the volume was insufficient. And that's because there were things going on behind the scenes that we didn't fully comprehend at the time, that we have a much better grasp on now, but it's still something to be aware of. If they choose to bring the capital to bear and they need to drop the price of GameStop, they can. The benefit here with OPEX is that they want to run the stock. They want liquidity. They want to keep making money on their positions, and clearing out those obligations is to their benefit. So in this moment, us and the evil hedgies aligned. You're like a Wikipedia for GameStop trading. You're able to remember price patterns on specific days and little caveats like those puts not going in the money during September, December. Yeah, I spend a lot of time me and GameStop together in the charts. Too much time. Is there any significant XRT put OI for 624 expiration that might benefit from a Tuesday short? Not really, no. The vast majority of put OI on XRT expires today. I'm attracted to you for other reasons. Thanks, Girk's alarm clock. They did run for OPEX, but the movement was less noticeable. Also, liquidity was different back then. They were burning puts at that time, Gizmajake, because they were resolving FTDs, and they were using synthetic longs to mask the FTDs building in the position. Are they doing that again? Possibly. FTDs are building on GME directly. I'm not in a bad mood. I'm in a good mood today. I'm making money. GameStop's doing stuff. This is peak elation for me. I guess there's a part of me that's mentally preparing myself for people being like, I lost all my money, even though the price of the stock went up, and that's what I bet on. But, you know, I'm prepared for that. Do you think we'll go below 125 today? Trying to see if I should wait to buy calls or get in now. That's up to you, man. I don't think we're going to go below 125, though. Now, there was a premium all the way up the July 15 calls. Yeah, a fat one. They started bumping the price on Tuesday, and they bumped it again like Wednesday afternoon. The premium increase on the market maker side, Segan. That's why I sold my puts off. You can sell July 15 500 cover calls for 133. Yeah. My wife is fortunately a bit slow, apparently. When I told her how much more our tax return was going up after I gave the accountant my 1099s for Freg's Day losses, she clearly didn't do the math. Lucky you. I think oil might be okay, and I say this based solely on the observation of a 2.5K buy order for Oxy coming from the Philly exchange. Why do you want it flat? I don't want longs to sell out of calls today. So we want to hold, ideally we hold this range. Under the 130s, above the 125s. And this way, options, contract holders hodl. They diamond hand those contracts into next week. A big part of the reason that November dissolved was on the 19th, we moved from like $200 up to like $235. And this caused call selling all day long. So when we got to the next week, gamma exposure was lower. DDS showing a nice pullback opportunity. There's a reason I have a problem with this. Okay, not terrible, Stefan. Yeah, I think it moved down enough. At worst, you have another dollar or two of slippage. So your risk is going to be a little wide, but it's not the worst. Are you not planning on rolling instead? Just if OPEX doesn't happen? Because it's cheaper to take the L and buy back later? Yeah, I'll just close it. I have no intention of fucking rolling forward calls for 3 months on GameStop again. I'm not doing that shit twice. I only had to do that because of how large the position was leaving January. I think you missed my Ko-Fi. I'm sorry, dude. I've got another window open over OBS, so I'm not seeing them come in. Sorry, late to the stream. Do we see a dip today, Tuesday? Also, have they rug pulled during OPEX in the past? Was that your question? I think I answered that already. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna see a dip today. Not a significant one. Maybe Tuesday. It's possible, but unlikely. What's really interesting about this that's a little different is this is the first time also since November that we've entered with a positive hedge. Usually the market maker hedge is negative when we move into OPEX. Like it flips negative for like a day or two before we move into the run. And this time we'd be entering the run with a positive hedge, which could really add some fucking fuel to the fire, right? Is SLD going to have any effect on GME's OPEX run? I mean, if there's a bull rally in the market next week with SLD settlement coming in, the deposits end today. So yeah, if the market rebounds next week, that'll just add active fund pressure to our run, right? Every little bit counts. Higher, I mean, I can list them off, but all of these things matter. Active fund participation to the upside due to the market moving up. Market maker net delta hedge. Held calls, which, have an effect on the hedge. Especially if they're in the money. Gamma exposure from call exercise today. ETF put closure, ETF rebalancing. Like all of these things, you know, combine to put pressure on the price of the stock in varying degrees. Naveed, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat.
Are in the money options safest options for minimizing risk? You take on a different kind of risk, but yes, theoretically. I made an obscene amount of money in November. What destroyed me was buying back in the next day when it looked like we were going to continue to run. Yeah. I mean, I did the same thing, right? Like, and nobody was scaling back positions, right? It wasn't like people were just reinvesting profits. People were just flipping their whole position and rolling it forward. And then, you know, we died. Could a market crash crush OPEX? Possibly. What's the best way to protect downside? I mean, you could buy puts. Instead of just using calls, you can use vertical spreads. They're more complex and you need margin, so I don't really discuss those. But you can just use puts. That's probably the easiest way. Set stop limits. How is Intel not a buy at 36? I think it can go lower still. I agree. Intel's not a bad buy. And sure, 36 is a cheap price, but years, you're going to be holding it for years. Is that what you want to buy at the bottom of the market? Fucking Intel? I mean, don't get me wrong, they'll probably hit like 60, 80 in the next 5 to 7 years, but I mean, they're getting their ass kicked by AMD and the processor department. Um, they're getting their ass kicked by NVIDIA and GPUs. In fact, they may never catch up to NVIDIA or AMD on the GPU side. The manufacturing, you know, that's bullish. That's what you're betting on, right? Is they take a fat chunk of TSMC and Samsung's earnings and, you know, compete on that level. They're not going to go out of business. I mean, there's not a big downside risk there. And the fabrication build out is going to be mostly paid for by the government, so but I mean, at least know what you're going to be bullish on there. I was saying about F-Man, lots of the action, in my opinion, is retail FOMOing into short-dated calls on F-Man OPEX dates. I mean, November was almost retail pump and dumping itself. There was very little price action from institutions. There's very little obligations left. They blew out all their obligations on November 3rd from the ETFs. So really all there was calls. Andrew No Money. Thank you so much, man. Be ashamed if someone bought calls on XRT right now. This is my first OPEX run where I'm set up properly and actually know what theta means. Do you anticipate SPY sell-off going into close with the long weekend? It's possible. Today's also the last day of SLD, so I still expect, like, you know, not a ton of price improvement on the SPY. There's still deposits being made all the way into the end of today. Volume on SPX0 DT options at ES futures is kind of insane, but that's to be expected with OPEX. Yeah, I mean, the OPEX expiration's like 3.4 trillion, or it was this morning. It's probably more now. You're always grumpy, and you've committed unforgivable acts against the Dans. I paid for it. I even tipped. Give me that. Unforgivable. We're not going under 126.70, in my opinion. No, I don't think so. Not at all. If we do, very briefly. People that think this is Mad Gurk clearly don't watch the stream. All these questions by the poorest tells me that they should not be trading options. Many will play, few will win. Yep. That's the way. Survival of the fittest. Far in the money calls doesn't protect your downside. If you're paying for a shitload of delta and the price drops, you're going to lose a shitload of intrinsic value in your call. Buying deep in the money leaps protects you against near-term negative price action because you don't care, right, if you lose value because you expect the value to go back up. But at that point, you're more investing when you're buying deep in the money calls, right? You're saying I will buy this stock at $50 in 1 year, regardless of its trading price, right? That's what that contract's really for. Are you gonna buy yourself something nice with your GME profits? No, I don't need nice things. Why do you think longs will sell out today? You said they hold too long and diamond hand into the dirt. Yeah, but just shitty weeklies. Institutions don't do that shit. They make 10% profits, they'll sell. If all we can do is sell CCs, sell 30 days, 180, 200 or higher, it's hard to decide. I don't want to lose my shares. That's tough. I intend to sell some percentage of contracts in the money at the top while they're hedged with my calls. But you don't want to sell too far out because July OPEX is already showing increased obligations, right? So probably no more than 14 days. And if you're going to sell out of the money, I mean, at the top, if we're rejected at like 200 hard or something like that, and we see that, you know, that gamma neutral inversion, then, you know, it's pretty safe to say that we're going down. It's not guaranteed, obviously, but it's a good opportunity. Oh, I sell CSPs all at the same strike, generally. Yeah, Banana Boy. I don't usually do like a range of strikes on CSPs. Once I've identified a bottom, like I'll sell CSPs in the money. Like this week I sold 120s on Wednesday. And that's it, right? Like just became a billionaire. How do I get access to the Discord? So the invite link is in the description of the video, Naveed. And then once you get in the Discord, you just go to settings, and then like I think it's connections, and then you connect your YouTube account to your Discord account, and you'll be all linked up. Well, we aren't moving $30 today. Not yet. Don't say that so soon, okay? You think oil will bounce back after OPEX and peak again near next SLD? I mean, if it drops enough, I'll buy back into my Oxy positions. But I don't know. Oil's like, I don't like it dropping this early in the summer. I kind of would have preferred to see it rise into like late July. Um, a drop this early may not turn around quickly. Because that's the second big spike on oil this year so far, right? 8.5K block order on BBBY. I know you don't care, but I don't care if you care. I care. That's interesting. It's a little bit of institutional interest on the long side. What do you think the sweet spot would be for people to get excited for next week, but not paper hand calls? Probably like 0.4, 0.3 delta in the 30-day range. Because you're probably gonna, like, if we move, you're gonna go in the money. It's much easier to handle those positions once they're in the money, right? It creates less panic. Because their value stabilizes. We're gonna coming right out of the gates on Tuesday. Maybe. If no run next week, you think it won't run for another 3 weeks? Oh yeah, not till July 15th. I never had any BBB. Oh, the Best Buy puts? I still have them because they're for July. What's the Best Buy? I don't have that brokerage open right now though. Give me a second. I'll check. They were doing good. Little bounce today. I'm not super worried about this. I do worry that it could run on OPEX a little, but I bought far enough out that I can wait for it to drop again. I think my break even on these is at like $67. Because I averaged a bunch up at the top. But it could bounce a little bit with OPEX. Be wary of that. Or use it as an opportunity to average down if you want to stay in the short position. If they do run it to 140, 150, are you going to sell part of your position today as well? No, probably not. RC has tweeted 5 times today. Get fucking hype, boys. Okay. Does this look like call buying or FTD covering? A little bit of call buying right now. Net delta looks okay. It's negative, but it's pulling up. There's some put selling going on. A lot of 0 DTE call buying, which is kind of shit. Most of our negative delta today is from sold calls, but 617 expirations, which nobody should have owned in the first place, but whatever. My strategy right now is still half my position at Gamma Max. It's very conservative. There's nothing wrong with that. Make sure that you're staying on top of the updated Gamma Max, because Gamma Max will move after today. All those puts right now are pulling it down. When those puts close out today, there's like 50,000 fucking puts that close today on GME. When those puts close, Gamma Max can move up because the put call ratio is going to be weighted to the call side. That's gonna change the Greek neutrals going into next week. Am I able to buy my own CC? You can buy it back. Does this Monday holiday potentially throw off our timing? How do we know it's not a November? We don't. I mean, there's some things like we know that ETF obligations are still in place, unlike November. You know, we know that FTDs are higher, unlike November. So there are indications that it's not a November run, but we just keep November in the back of our mind as a risk measure. Like everything we track looks very bullish. It does not look like November at all. Frankly, but we don't know. What if there's something we missed? And that's why, you know, we're discussing, exercising caution, pull back on that bullishness, and play it correctly. Because it's if you 6x safely versus 10x YOLOing more than you can afford to lose, the former is still the better play. One's just luck, right? I have coins for BBBY expiring next week. Calls that are up. Will Theta eat me up over the 3-day weekend? Yeah, it'll hurt. You can close them and roll them. You can roll out to a further expiration. Up, 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 faster and faster and faster, like a little engine climb until at last they reach the top of the mountain. I think I can, I think I can, I think I can. Turd, you're getting way too bullish in there. Can someone in Quantcord, just go full bear on Turd, please? He's in there posting charts and shit and getting super bullish, and he needs to calm the fuck down. Got Jfresh, bull squared. It's not that high of a dividend. It's a decent dividend. Does the complex head and shoulders at 140 not worry you? Especially with the puts still being open. The puts closed today, Komodash, and no, not particularly. Wouldn't a generous trailing stop after Gamma Max be the play? Technically, but the rejection from Gamma Max can be pretty fierce, so you might just get a shitty fill, right? Like, if we go back and look at March, and we look at the rejection on Gamma Max in March, that was a strong rejection, right? Before we bounced back. So if you set like a nice stop, like you're probably gonna fill, right, before it moves back up. Also in November, we still ran into GM. We did, but we weren't tracking it, right? We ran into GM and gamma neutral spiked, but we weren't paying attention. We didn't know. Turd for their pickle, $1,000 end of day? You get the fuck out of here, Turd. That's not Turd. He lost all his money on options. He can't afford to Ko-Fi me bullshit. But if they're hedged to Gamma Max, they literally want to run. Liquidity plus, I'm sure they're buying calls on the way up and puts on the way down. Well, it's not that the market maker needs the realization of Gamma Max. So all the puts they're usually rug us into are now sold. Not all of them, but they're selling them off pretty rapidly. How dumb is it to buy far out of the money? Like 400, 715s at this IV level. Pretty dumb. I mean, you can make money on it, but only if you're on top of it, Prometheus. Today's not the last possible day for entry either. Check DMs. ETF options being used as a hedge for GME. This is Vanguard's VXF. Ooh. Interesting. Yep. It's all of them, man. It's not just XRT, right? There's no way. Okay. I mean, I don't think people are gonna get it, but I'll show it. Some will. So here's another example of GME being used to hedge, or ETFs being used to hedge GME price action. Hold on, I gotta. Nope, that's not working. That's the wrong one. There we go. And this is Vanguard's VXF. Now, if you look at put call differential down here on the bottom red line versus GME percent change, which is the yellow line. See, when the put call differential falls off, GME runs up. If they launch the market when it plays next week, could that push us higher? I don't want to hear any hopium. Is it hard to see a green candle in the cold November run? I mean, that's just hopium, right? It's just bullshit. Blueberry Batman. Don't factor that into your options decisions or your strategy. You can't, because it is an unknown. It is unpredictable. There is no way to play around that risk. You know what Gamma Max was on the August run? It was actually, I checked this last night. It was 170. And it moved up to 210. And we peaked at 233. Are you gonna watch or look at anything at NFT NYC next week? No, I don't care. Should we be concerned that Jimmy's market cap is down from the last ETF rebalance? No, because we're not being moved back into the Russell 2000. It's cool if you don't, but I think it'd be awesome if you split the chart with BBBY. I mean, if you want me to take a look at it, like, occasionally, I don't mind. It's doing well today. I don't give a shit about the price action until it breaks, like, $7, though. If it starts smashing through those puts, then there's something here. Until it does, it's basically irrelevant. Should we expected to see the volume from quad? Because if it can't break those puts, it will stay under $10 through July. My name isn't Spencer Sploosh Noodly. Um, I I don't care if you adopt a dog. Do you want an extra child? Is that a dream of yours? Do you need to feel loved? Ivy got me harder than the Acropolis in Athens. So all the puts they usually rug us into are now sold. Yeah, I answered that already. They're not sold, but they are closing them off, yeah. No, I wasn't in an acapella group. It's do you like it's more likely? Do you think it's more likely to get rejected at 150 or Gamma Max at 160? It's more likely to get rejected at Gamma Max. And psychological level be damned. 158 is a much stronger resistance to our upside than 150 is historically. 158 is a key resistance because of call interest at 160. I've literally only sent you $10 once for lunch, and that was because you stopped stream half day. When did I do? Oh, I remember that. Man, that was a long time. That was like before we even really talked much. I know you don't think it's going to $1,000 at the end of the day. And I know who thinks it does or is going to go to $1,000 at the end of the day. And I'm gonna come for you after the stream, Plenter. Have you likely done its midday drop? It got elevated a little bit again. It was really low here. Like right here. It elevated a little bit again on this bounce. If it falls back down into this like 128 range, maybe, but it doesn't look like it's going to. It looks like we're gonna break up to 131 again. And then stabilize in that range, which I like a little less, but I guess the market's moving back up. Yeah. I'll let you know how my degeneracy goes. May even risk a closer expiry instead of 400, 715. Well, make sure you have enough Vega for those IV calls to realize value, right? The short-dated IV plays aren't as good. They don't pick up as much value with increase in IV. If you have a little more theta, the like you'll get more premium. Because IV acts like a multiplier on your premium, right? Only Vanguard permits the largest of limit prices, limit price sales, like 3 times TDA or Fidelity. Fidelity allows you to sell 600% over the current trading price, which is fucking nuts. You don't need more than that. Anything to be mad about sleeping till 12:30? No. Hopefully people will start to understand that every single market entry is a probability play, and the full option chain represents the entire probability curve of outcomes. Yeah. Although, how fucking bullish is it, Segan, that the fucking market makers are putting GME 950 January is at like a 19% chance of going in the money? Like the stream, please? Ugh. Do we not have like the likes, like sufficient likes for people to stop talking about this? They're just like, what is it, 20, 24 more? Let's make it happen. Then I don't have to fucking hear about it anymore. Dope. Done. Easy peasy. What are the chances of NASDAQ doing red today? NASDAQ going red today? I don't fucking know. Like, what do you want, odds? I'm not a bookie. Last possible entry point for this run, in your opinion? I mean, there is no last possible entry point. There's a best possible entry point, and then shittier entry points. What's a good strategy to minimize risk for July 15 calls in case we don't run? You can buy some puts. Fucking sell them. Those are the options. GM could go to 170 if Wall Street bet FOMO's hard, right? I could go well beyond 170 if there's a decent amount of FOMO. You're welcome. Thanks, Cherd. Hey, Spencer. I'm not Spencer. It's a silly name. Sorry if I'm tuning in for the day. Why is everyone talking about pricing way higher than we are now? We're expecting big ups. Yeah. Yes, we are, Duffman GT. Cautious big ups, but big ups nonetheless. Where do you find data points like Gamma Max? I just make them up. Can you repeat your threat towards Plenter, but in the golf announcer voice? Why do you say our normal IV increase during OPEX runs has been previously? It's about 40% end of day. Intraday it can be quite high, like 70, 80% IV 30 increase. But most data sources aren't going to track intraday IV expansion. So it's hard to see. But yeah, intraday we can spike pretty hard given enough volume in a short time frame. Like 100%, 150%. I think in March we hit like 150% IV 30 at one point, roughly. Disliked. Thanks, Knuckleballer. So far, I only have leaps, some in the money, some near the money, some 950s. I've learned so much and feel way more prepared for this run compared to last. That said, can you briefly explain again buying zero point 0.4 and 0.25 delta? Well, they have a fairly good chance of going in the money, right? And when they do, their price will stabilize as they obtain more and more intrinsic value and become more and more like the underlying stock. Meaning that when price is rejected at higher levels, they will lose less value immediately. So they become less influenced by the extrinsic value. So, you know, if we test 180 and you have a 150 and we drop $2, you're not going to lose like 300% of your contract like you will on a 950. You'll probably only lose a couple percentage points. What if Bitcoin crashes to 10,000 this weekend? Awesome. Then I'll buy Bitcoin at $10,000. I'm Italian. Why the fuck would my name be Spencer? Man, I bought a live oyster today for dinner, but decided to keep it as a pet. Weird. I named him Gherkin, Your Honor. Thanks. I see he's already interested in options trading. It's only natural. Breathing in the air in New York City is bad for your lungs, too. Yeah, so what? Would you maximize profit at selling to close Jan 950s at IV Max or at Price Max on this run? I mean IV Max, which will likely occur right at the same time that the Price Max is out. But the problem with that is, you know, you generally want to sell volatility plays while IV is increasing, not at the point where it turns around. Because, you know, your option can go from being like 15x up to being like 8x up in just one rejection. Like two candles, one candle after being rejected. So usually you want to sell these like 950s like when they're like 10x and like 12x and like the price is still moving up. Selling them here is shitty. I've been watching for a while, had plenty of questions answered by you. Thanks for never seeming irritated, especially when I'm late and I ask a repeat. I try not to get irritated, but some things irritate me. I guess you just haven't asked anything that's irritated me yet. He's Italian. His name is Snooky. Do you think we'll ever hit 80 again? Not right now. You gonna buy any weeklies on Tuesday? Probably not weeklies, but maybe like 7-1s. I'm gonna trade during the run also, right? Not just like hold an options position, but I'm also gonna trade the volatility and shit. If we guess your name correctly, will you say so? No. Hey dude, happy almost MOASS. What percentage of your position have you entered? I think it's like around 40%, roughly. Your name is Amir bin Medici, greatest trader on this side of the Nile. Oh, Jesus. Technical analysis applicable to crypto? Yes. It's actually more accurate on crypto. Gas fees do make it a bitch to trade. Have you looked into getting your Italian citizenship? I'm in the final stages. It takes several years, but it's easy. I haven't, but I should. No, my name's not Giuseppe. Happy birthday, Greg. I hope you have a great day. Thanks, Dan Dan the Donkey Man. Ciao. What's a good delta range to look for when deciding on near the money and the money calls? I usually buy most of my calls between zero point 0.4 and 0.15. Like, this is the concentration of my position. And this is like 30 DTE range, right? Because if you buy farther dated calls, they have more delta weight. Thanks, Superman. Can we talk about NFT dividend again? Oh, Jesus Christ. Grim 2. Come on. Can we do a poll on what you think irritates you the most? I can just list it. Uh, those are the big ones. Since you started the stream, has your name been guessed correctly? No, it's pretty obscure. Clip it. 6 koala hugger. Happy birthday. My buddy bought a 190C for July 15th today. He said he's expecting 4 to 6x at least. Sounds fairly outlandish. I agree to me, but since I bought some yesterday, I'd love to hear your take. I mean, he's not being very conservative in his expectations. I'm not saying that the contract can't see that kind of increase. It absolutely can, but um I guess if he's just got one, I wish him the best. Tell him not to hold for 10 if he gets 6, right? I know this is super personal, but how does the cycle theory impact your no net MOASS pledge? Is your name Siobhan? No. That's I mean, that's not like a something you would name a boy generally, unless you want him to get the shit kicked out of him in school. Good entries yesterday. You should be up 50% on July 15, 0.15, 0.25 delta calls now, right? Over potential best order types to sell 950s on the way up. Obviously not trailing anything. You can use limit sells. You can just set a limit at like X price. Would a good one be to limit above the ask as we're rising? Yeah, you can do that. I have 130's October expiration call. If we do run up hard, what kind of gains would you expect to be reasonable? 2x, 3x? Um, if we do run up hard, I mean, you'd expect a lot more than 2 or 3x, man. Like a 130, if we run up to 180, is gonna have $50 of intrinsic value on top of its extrinsic value, right? I have 70K clearing on 622. Do you think I'll miss all the fun? I know it's a guess, but it's a more educated one than mine. Don't worry, there's always a downside, right? It's not like we're gonna go up and stay up. Um, Velvet Jupiter, hype. Thanks, man. Bud Spencer, the great Italian actor? No, I haven't. Sorry if one of these annoying questions. No one's sorry. It's okay. I deal with it every day. What are your expiry dates for OPEX calls? July 15th and January 2023 are the only expiration dates I've bought into so far. What call should I buy? Why sideways? Why does repeating yourself bring joy? And do puts cost different as shares? Nice twist, gold foil jumpsuit. And yes, puts do cost different as shares. Is your name Leslie? No. Excited to ride with you next week. Let's freaking go. Fuck yeah, average monk. Laura, get you, Dan. Hey, Girk, thanks for all the help. I can be full bull. I can be violent upside. Hashtag dance for life. Re. All right. Was June at 153 for the Mayo Pex run? I think it was at 150. I mean, it rises, right? So, fuck. Nope, we're moving up too hard. Get rejected. Reject. Stop it. You bitch. Ah, fuck. We're gonna break out. If you sell CCs at the peak of OPEX, do you have to wait T+2 after it appears to peak for the first time to get the real peak in case there is GEX covering? I mean, there will be GEX covering, but the second peak isn't as volatile. So it's not as profitable as the first one, generally. Jesus, chat's going crazy right now. I know what you're planning to do, Gerg. Have your own millionaire club cult post OPEX, and I'm okay with that. Me too. Spy says fuck your puts. Who has puts? I don't know who's buying puts on this shit after two higher lows and a breakout of view up. Like, it couldn't look more fucking bullish. I have one account with 50K worth of GME and another account I'm 50K short on GME. This way I can capture whatever move it makes while being protected. Okay. Sounds like one of those accounts is about to get margin called. You can say what a conservative percent gain for 715 calls is. I mean, if you're, what, are you just not very confident in following the trend? I mean, a 200% gain's very, very good, generally speaking, on any other stock. But we don't sit here for months staring at the GME chart for 2xing a contract. We're not about that life. Your drawing of price action after close yesterday is playing out to a T. How do you know? Yeah, I know it is. What would have to run for you to sell contracts today? Pretty fucking hard. Don't worry, Gurk. We're too smooth and greedy to sell this rip. Yeah, well, if you guys held the majority of calls, then I wouldn't care, but that's not the case. Big drop in OI, July 15 calls after 150 strikes. With the delta on 160 is archaish. Don't worry, it'll pick up. I'm mostly worried about the downside risk if we don't run properly. I understand. Turn my $36 into 36 million. That's not how it works. How many times do you have to tell people your name? Ryan Player, put their pick up my drawer. Lost too much money on my day trades today to reach my OPEX goal. So I'll not quit trading after this OPEX. Good thing is I'll continue to see your beautiful face every day. Thanks, Ryan. What a nice compliment. Can FOMO outweigh call selling? Yeah. What do you think would stop GME moving in cycles? Everyone pulls their shares out of DRS. No, I mean, nothing. As long as it remains illiquid, it's beneficial. There's money to be made. So liquidity. Just loaded 1K back into the trading account. I'm ready to hurt again. God damn it, turd. Why didn't you do that yesterday? I know the markets. A lot of this is active fund pressure. It doesn't matter though, right? So does the share dividend end the cycles? It could, yeah. After a while, not immediately, but it could. When will we know Gamma Max for next Tuesday? Tuesday morning? We're gonna try to get some new data in so we're not so far behind on the OI over the weekend. We're gonna try to set something up. Because right now we're like, I think 48, well, 30, 36 hours behind on OI. And I think we can trim that down to 12. So we'll get a more accurate reading. Can we please get the freaking song today? No. Fuck you, no. I'm not going to play it till Tuesday. This isn't OPEX. Are Chinese and Frankfurt markets going to be more active tomorrow? You mean on Monday? Yeah. It's okay. There's a lot of 130 0 DTEs. And so hopefully these sell off and our price drops again. Gurk, don't read this. Hey, anyone, if I don't sell my in the money call, will they exercise it automatically or just sell it auto or let it go worthless? I lose my premium. If I don't sell my in the money call, will they exercise it automatically? Is it expired today? If you have the money to exercise it automatically, then yes, they will. Or they'll sell it off. I don't know what brokerage you're using. It depends. Or that just expires worthless and you lose your premium. Why do we want the price to drop during a run up again? What do you mean? You mean why do we not want the price going up today? Because we don't want the call side of the chain to weaken. Puts capitulating. Cool. Some deeper than money calls coming in. Ooh, they're exercising again? That's good. My computer fan is revving up. Get ready. Oh boy. Current status, content for the positions I've entered, concerned for the ones I haven't. Fair enough. Gurk, I think we're going to stay in the safe zone. No, I don't think so. New Form S4 filed for GME seems positive. It's just vesting. It's like meaningless. What's your end of day target optimally for next week? What? I don't have one. End of day target? What the? What? Can you ask that a different way? Because I don't know what you mean. I can't tell if you're trying to ask me to predict the future or predict the future of Gamma Max. Is it worth it to chase right now? It's up to you. It's so quiet you can hear the ripping. Hmm. That price. Hmm. No, wait. I'm gonna set this OPEX run out and play it safe with a 615 CSP. Less than 1k in premium, but fair enough, Kenneth. Made back my CERN losses today. Nice, popcorn trader. All $45. Congratulations. Can you understand and manage my risk? Thanks. Pretty easy to tell who's up 50% and who's still waiting to buy at the bottom based on the comments. Yeah, it is. Hmm. So, as far as Freg's Day, how will we know exactly if this is Freg's Day 2, The Reckoning? Will it be too late? It rug pulled so hard in November. I'm just curious how we will have a heads up. Jfresh Jada looks crazy spicy. Hopefully, we don't have to change his name to Jfreg after this. The data looks good. I mean, in November, we still hit Gamma Max. We still hit Gamma Max. We still saw, the gamma neutral spike, like all the indicators of GME dropping came in before we crashed. We just weren't paying attention to them. I think I'm becoming an investor. I see GME up and I have zero desire to FOMO in anymore. Yeah, when you're angry at every call you buy, DK, that's when you've made it. When you're like looking at like the spread and it's like 2 cents more than you want to pay, and you're like, fuck this. So if you use TDA, be warned, if you do not close a put that is in the money by expiration, it will be auto-exercised. Learn that the hard way when it lost track of the put. If your call expires in the money and you haven't closed down your own, they will do the same. Yep. I mean, that's true for most brokerages, unless you turn auto-exercise off. You buying those puts? No. I'm not buying any puts. Is it bad that we're going up? It's okay. It hasn't hit levels I'm worried about. The most concerning level, I'm just not gonna say anything. Wait till Gamma Max and then FOMO into far out of the money weeklies. Got it, thanks. That's a terrible strategy. Why does WeBull make those window noises? I think all my brokerages make those noises on like when they fill. Like IBKR does it too. I'm concerned Diamond Hand tonight is gonna Diamond Hand his weeklies. Maybe not. I mean, nobody's been burnt more than him. He's got to have learned, right? Right? If you don't have the cash, TDA will force liquidate assets to pay for it. Yep. I don't know why people are holding options into close that are in the money or out of the money. Just sell the fucking thing. Like, why are you still holding them at that point? That's just stupid, right? So selling off zero DTE calls should depress the price, making for a better buy-in point. But do the models of retail behavior say when they do it and how much they can slow this rip? I mean, it can slow the rip quite a bit, but when they do it is a good question. Generally on a reversal, like a strong reversal, retail will sell off their calls. So if we move back to this like 132 level, this will cause like zero DTE call selling. Usually they short us to create that situation. This doesn't look like that. I've learned nothing my whole life, not once. How am I on the wrong side of the run? I have just shitloads of calls. I mean, I'm currently on the very correct side of it based on a brief glance at my portfolio. This is awesome. Woo. All right. How many GME calls have you exercised? Last year I exercised a lot of them because I had calls that I bought in Feb that were super deep in the money. Um, since then, not many. I exercised some calls on the March run, like 10 of them. November, nothing because I almost got burned. January and Feb was rolling. Um, yeah, so I haven't exercised any significant chunk of calls since October of last year. And then I only exercised 10 in March. 10 $90 calls. I also got assigned on CSPs in March at 90. Was it 90 or 80? I think it was also at 90. We hitting GM today? Probably not. We could, but probably not. Do you expect anything significant in after hours? No. There's not like a lot of FTDs in this period, so not much to clear in after hours. Unless there's news or something and the market maker needs to adjust their hedge, then no, I don't think so. What price range of the upside would be concerning for end of day today? Above 150. Like in this range, we're okay. As long as we stay within the range of the 0 DTE calls, which are mostly in this range, right? 130, 135. This is like the majority of 0 DTEs I see coming in today. So as long as we stay in this range and we don't move up far enough for far dated calls to start selling off, far dated calls up here, then we're fine, right? And only like the 0 DTEs will sell off. But if we start moving into the range where the far dated calls are printing hard, that becomes riskier for next week. Why up? I mean, the market's moving up. Why not? There's a lot of call volume. Puts are selling off. The things happening today are bullish. With your concern for call selling considered, isn't it a positive that we're still only at 1.6 million volume? Yes, very much so. No, I agree. And I mean, what I'm worried about is how much caution I need to take going into next week. It's not that I'm not confident in an OPEX run. I am. But I am emphasizing caution because so many people get burnt. Like every run, a lot of people make a shitload of money, but a lot of people also get burnt. And it's because they don't exercise a proper amount of caution. So I'm pointing out the negatives, maybe a little more than I should. But they should be noted. People get too carried away with the emotion and the, excitement, the elation. I'm bullish as fuck. I have calls all the way up the chain. I'm ready to fucking rock and roll. But there's risk there, and people need to be aware of it. Give me a second. Hello, I'm back. $10 end of day. Who bought 1.4 million in April 300 calls? I don't know. Should we trim some calls end of day? I mean, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Hopefully next week. We want to stay under the average volume for this week today. We don't want to see covering, right? Dirk, the stock is running. Make it stop. I have 250 BBY calls and 100 GME calls at various strikes and expirations, as well as 700 GME shares. Nice, man. Is this good? We'll see. I'll put an intraday like resistance line here if someone reminds me to remove it. Ugh. There it is. That looks like a straddle. What does this run mean at this time? Expected? I mean, I think it's just active fund pressure, but they're exercising in the money calls again today. So a little bit of that as well. It's also large amounts of call buying. All of which is fine. We just don't want to see covering. Right? We don't want to see high volume covering. That we want next week. Part of options is a strategic investment. Part of the lesson learned is the bursitis that comes with holding and turning the pages of the book. ENPH always runs and dumps a GME. Any way to find out if it's part of the basket or even a different basket? It's not a retail stock. I mean, that doesn't matter. ENPH. End phase. This doesn't run with GME. Not really. It looks like this has high FTDs, but its runs are dissimilar. Yeah. I would agree that there's a cyclical nature to its runs, maybe due to its illiquidity, which is pretty intense, but it's not in the same basket. What does this run mean at this time? Expected? All right, I answered that. Please draw triangles on the Bobby chart. Is Bobby above $7 yet? Nope. When does SLD deposits begin on Wednesday? They end after market close today. The settlement begins next week. So this is not covering yet. Nope. What are the odds of a late day reg pull? Slim. Best case scenario, we close in this range. Especially for more entries for next week. It's good. More gamma exposure for next week. It's good to run up a little, but we don't want to run up a lot. I know that's hard for people to understand, but it's important for the strength of next week's run. Not only does stagnation in these prices increase out of the money call buying, right, which increases gamma maximum, it prevents the sell-off of farther dated calls, which we don't want, right, because that weakens the chain. You want the chain nice and strong going into next week. Obviously, like, we can't control that because, you know, we're not institutions, but if institutions don't realize percent capital that they're expecting to off of their long options plays, then they will wait, right? Even more so if they're incentivized to keep them because their options are up a little bit. And if their options go in the money, they'll exercise them. Could you explain specifically why we want the covering next week as opposed to today? Is it because there's more pressure applied next week to drive the price higher? So if APs begin covering today, right, they're not competing with the market maker. These are separate entities, right? One of the reasons OPEX is so violent is that market makers move in to cover gamma exposure, which then starts to move the price up, which causes APs to start buying because they don't want slippage, right? Because APs also have to buy in the same time frame. And then you get both buying simultaneously, which gives VUPs. Big volumetric upside. That's what you want to see. If the covering, like in November, if the covering's broken up, where we saw, you know, APs cover November 3rd, and then we saw APs cover again on the 19th, then all that's left is the market maker GEX, which isn't as spectacular, right? So you want this is, sorry, that looks like April 19th, November 19th. And then on November 24th or November 23rd, the GEX was covered and the price just tanked, right? And there were a lot of reasons the price went down as fast as it did, but that's a big one. Where do you think the SPY lands tonight? I have no idea. Will you open SPY calls for next week? Maybe. Probably. That'll depend on what happens over the weekend, though, and I won't open them today. So to abbreviate, we want big boom, not small boom. Yeah, because if we so OPEX covering on an OPEX during an OPEX period, GameStop's kind of stagnant, so I can take a minute to talk about this. So let's go out to the daily here. And we could just use standard candlesticks, right? OPEX really isn't that significant amount of covering, right? Like this is your OPEX volume, the majority of it being right here, right? The volume that comes after all of this is from repeated gamma exposure, right? From the market maker. So as the price is driven up so much here, and so many calls are put in the money, in T plus, say T plus 1, 2, that causes further action on the market maker side, because now they have to hedge that upside move, right? And then when the market maker hedges that moves us up even further, right? And so volumetric buying propagates more positive hedging from the market maker. And so you get a feedback loop of buy pressure that can only be truly broken once the stock surpasses gamma maximum and the strength of the hedge breaks down. So big buy triggering small buys, which trigger more buys, right? Each one moving the price incrementally up. And then once gamma max is finally broken, up here, then the hedge breaks down and they can flip their entropy swap. Holding July positions over the weekend? Fuck yeah, I am. I didn't spend fucking $1,000 a contract to get 20% gains. Yeah, I clipped it. Why is Ivy dropping? Stagnation, multiple rejections, lower volume. Good so far. Was in the money call exercising mean? That helps us. Because if the market maker is hedged on a call like 0.6 or 0.8, right? And that call is exercised, then they need to buy 40 or 20 more shares the following T plus 2 on the lit exchange. Do we expect downward pressure from CNS later today? Maybe. They are doing the FTDs are a little high today on the MM side. Higher volume day for FTDs. I think I put it in the daily, right? Yeah, I did. April 12th, like MMFTDs from April 12th, which was Also, the first day of that ETF FTD period that preceded the May OPEX run. I'm not ignoring you. What did you say? What do you want? Where? Such a don't be so needy, bipolar bear. I don't see a single message from you. With the XRTF reg show, will you be cautious for July OPEX? That has nothing to do with OPEX. That has to do with the satisfaction of FTDs generated by OPEX. But XRT being off reg show doesn't mean shit. You know what happens when XRT's off reg shows? They get to offset ETF FTDs. So they want it back on reg show. They don't want it off reg show. But they want to build up FTDs on it first. I told you it's all about laundering FTDs through multiple CNS pipelines, right? Got to have a release valve for all that pressure. Follow up on my previous question. Why are they buying and exercising in the money calls? Clearing FTDs? Yes, through CNS. You mentioned that we want the price to run some today, but not too much. What's an ideal range? No more over 135 than like 137.50. We really don't want to break to the upside of 140 and 150. $135 safe? Oh, your CSPs? Maybe. Into close? Possibly. But if you're not sufficiently in the money, I don't know if you'll get assigned. You said in the daily that the positive gamma hedge into OPEX is a bit frightening. Why is that? A positive gamma hedge into OPEX. Oh, because we don't really run into OPEX with a positive market maker hedge on our side. Not for a long time. A very long time. January and November are the only instances of us having a market maker favor moving into an OPEX period. Like a positive net delta hedge. So one of those was really fucking good. The other wasn't, right? Ah, OPEX. The time of the stock runs to the sun, and life circumstances prevent me from watching it. I'll be training, and I won't be able to watch much. Pray for my calls. Hope to see a shirtless Gert clip when I get back. Thanks, Pug. Good luck with your training, man. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope one day someone reports you and it gets taken seriously, and the SEC makes a team of interns to play through each and every one of your videos looking for anything. That'd be awesome. Believe me, if the stuff I do was illegal, DFE would be in jail before they let him go live life as a millionaire, right? The rich don't like to be stolen from. I feel like a complete smooth brain when it comes to options. Where is a great place to learn more at a much slower pace? Seems like all of you have this down really well. I mean, they don't. There's various levels, Kelly, of knowledge, very various levels of knowledge throughout this community. I suggest checking out the Discord. Pick up some books on finance. We have a wiki over on the subreddit, our pickle financial, that has like a short book list. That'll get you up to speed. I'll buy back and buy shares. I made a nice profit. Nice. They talked up OPEX on CNBC, called it the biggest since 2020, and used the term gamma squeeze. Yeah, it's very large. It'd be amazing if you could make a "this is what they're doing" DD post that sums up the mechanics you've gone over in previous DDs, almost like a roadmap DD. I mean, I kind of did that in Wiking off for OPEX, right? I went pretty in depth with how they use ETF share creation to suppress the price, and how they use that to generate profitable volatility positions. It's not easy to understand. I mean, there's not that much breaking down of it you can do either, because it's very complex. What do you think about 135.0 GTEs? Worth holding on to or bail? Up to you. It could pop out a little more. Especially if the market moves up another level. So if the market bounces here and retests like 368, since we're not really dropping relative to the change in market, we're staying like stable against that resistance, that could get enough active fund pressure to move us up. And it does look like the market's gonna bounce, so might be an opportunity there. I feel like I'm gonna FOMO in more end of day today because I'm worried of a pre-market announcement Tuesday. Why are you worried about an announcement? There's no planned announcements for GameStop right now. That's not something that you can factor into your investment strategy. Wooch. It's just not. You'll lose more often than you'll win. What price do we need to hit next week? Oh, look, it did the thing. We need to do the thing next week for you to shave really well and wear a little lipstick and eyeshadow on stream. There is no price where that will happen. Ever. I think that a person meant to say that most of us are down, which would also be reason enough to want to learn options. Yeah, so to learn them. There's a million resources. Investopedia, options is a strategic investment. Hang out enough, you'll get it. The fact that this chat can give the impression of options knowledge scares me more than hyperinflation and societal collapse. Why is that? I mean, don't worry. The regulators will take away our options eventually, right? How much IV priced in for OPEX? Quite a bit. I have a channel that covers kind of the basics of options and covered calls. I don't have a lot of videos on there, but you can check that out too. Pre-market announcement, RC buys Twitter. That's not monetized. It's just like an educational resource that I'm slowly building. I just don't have a lot of time, so the videos don't come out very often. With Freg's Day fully noted, could in-the-money call exercising, elevated XRT exposure, larger volatility hedge, and stacked call chain, and our full bull song, is this everything we've been dreaming of?
Reminder to remove the intraday resistance line. No. Not yet. The day's not over, Carl. Willy-nilly removing lines. So? Breach, hang out 3 months and understanding now. Thanks. No problem, P. Chuckle. You said OPEX leads to repeated GEX, causing the MM to hedge upside, leading to a feedback loop, which can't be broken until GM. Does that mean that 160 or GM increase as the price rises? I mean, it depends on if GM increases or not. GM require, like, an increase in GM requires the buying of far out of the money calls. Right? And this is what retail does best. And that increases gamma maximum. So gamma maximum can increase from like 160, like 20, 30% during the course of the initial run. And it can move up to, 180, 200, right? And then for that hedge to die, it needs to break whatever level GM reaches. And in January of last year, you see retail FOMO coming in very strong, right? And so GM keeps rising throughout the Jan like squeeze, right? And then you start to get into the Volga-Vana squeeze, which causes GM to rise dramatically faster. And that's why we just keep moving up. There, and you can see when retail option interest is very high, like last Feb, last January, last June. Gamma max keeps rising and the price keeps driving up. And you can see when retail options interest is extremely low, like in August and November, where we don't see that big rise in gamma maximum, right? And then in March, we kind of saw a little bit of that previous action come back. A little more retail options interest. A little more raise in gamma maximum over the course of the run. And this one, because of March and because of May, likely even more, right? Because it's at the forefront of people's minds. If I were a millionaire, would the way to trigger a squeeze be to buy a bunch of calls, force hedging, buy more calls, and raise GM, the amount needed to hedge and rinse and repeat? Well, if you sell the calls, that's the problem, is you have to just keep buying. Because once you start selling the calls, then you're relieving the support, right? So once long calls capitulate, that's it. It's dead. And that'll either happen due to expiration of short-dated calls, or it'll happen because options have become so obscenely overpriced that nobody can buy them anymore. And then you stagnate, right? That kills the run. I mean, both of those are kind of extreme, Rika. Nope, nothing's gonna pull a GameStop. Not Rev, not RBDX, none of it. Sometimes shit is short and it just fucking sucks, regardless of its float size. Shorts usually aren't wrong. Sherwin-Williams 230C July is cheap. I'd imagine because it's super fucking far out of the money. But they can't be too far out of the money, Zap. Right? If they're too far out of the money, there's no net delta, right? There's no hedge. So they need to be out of the money, but not so far out of the money that they won't gain intrinsic value during the course of the run. So the calls that are bought like 20 to 30% out of the money, like 0.4, 0.3, 0.2 delta, those calls are the best ones for increasing positive price action, because as the price moves up, the delta value on those calls also increases, right? Which means those calls then have to be hedged more, and as new calls come in, the hedging of those calls increase in delta value will increase the delta value on the new calls that come in, and so on and so on and so on until no more calls are coming in. I mean, theoretically, a user, it's the maximum amount of gamma on the chain at that time. But the maximum amount of gamma on the chain can increase as more calls are purchased, right? Did that guy with the 135s fucking nail it? So we all just keep buying 2024 leaps and never sell them? I mean, that's BBBY, right? Where you have that infinite gamma max. If the market maker hedge flips on BBBY, it's gonna fucking rocket. Big if, but options are too expensive, so don't buy them. If I get to 10K with my 5K account, should I split them into 2 accounts and play both? I mean, you should, if you're used to managing a 5,000, you really want to hit $25,000 before you start splitting up your account, because that lets you trade much more freely, right? I mean, there's risk that comes with the at that level also, because you can trade so freely. The tendency psychologically for people is to play more entries, even though they may not be as good. So you have to be cautious of that, but if you're having success with a $5,000 account, then stay with that for a while so you get used to managing a little more. Have you looked at Bros at all? Yeah, I know. 1 to 2% of the float's really not that many FTDs. I know it's on Rig Joe. Looks like it runs similar to GME, aside from JanFeb can kick. Yeah, I've seen the correlation. I feel like the liquidity there is a little better. Like, well, I'm not gonna say a little better, a lot better. That's the thing everyone misses with these fucking potential squeeze plays versus GameStop is the liquidity. The liquidity is the key to everything. That's why none of these other stocks are as good or the same, because they're all way more liquid. Nice, MT. What would it take for the hedge to flip on BBBY? It has to break $10. The gamma has to flip. So it has to push through a relatively fat chunk of negative gamma. I'm not sure if 134 is a good entry. I mean, it's better than most, but it's not the best. It depends on how patient you are with buying 134 shares, right? Peanut and pickles. If you plan on selling a covered call, you can reduce some of your cost basis that way into the run. Or you can wait till the next down cycle. Will I ever be able to sell high enough and buy them back in lower without a wash sale? I mean, if we hit 220, you can sell covered calls and drop your cost basis. Had to sell 75, 134.85, 134.95, 134, 135. 3 sales of 25. Bills must be paid. For sure. How is liquidity key when infinite liquidity exists? It's liquidity in the underlying, not synthetic liquidity. Bubba Lynn. There's a difference between the two. Is that why you have such a huge water bottle for the liquidity? Absolutely. It has infinite synthetic liquidity. This is what synthetic liquidity does. Synthetic liquidity is what drives these cycles, right? Because every obligation made becomes an obligation due. Every short is a buyer in T plus 6 plus 35C plus 2 days, right? Or 2 or 3 days. But there's no liquidity in the underlying. So they can offset obligations on GameStop for eternity with synthetic liquidity, but it will always cause this. What are your thoughts on entering the rest of your positions? Wait until Tuesday? Probably, unless I get a nice buy-in point today, which could happen. If calls start capitulating and we fall back to like the 127 range, that'd be nice. 126, 127. It's T plus 6 plus 35C plus 2 or 3, depending on the ETF. So you have T plus 6, which is or AP settlement on ETFs. Sorry. T plus 6, AP settlement. 35C for Reg Show, or Reg T. And plus 2 or 3 days for ACH cash settlement. And this varies. Like State Street allows for 3 days. Vanguard and BlackRock only allow for 2. Yep, you got it. Not right now. I mean, none of the calls I have right now are going out of the money anytime soon. Really? With like billions of dollars in puts closing on the SPY today and SPX? You think it's going to crash on Monday? It's an interesting take. Shorts after reposition, which causes relief rallies. I agree that the market's a big steaming pile of shit, as is the economy, but that doesn't mean it's going straight down. Let me know your thoughts on this stack. 5120s, 5130s, 5140s, 5150s, 5160s, 5170s, 5180s, 5190s, 5200s, maybe some 225s, 950s too. It's not terrible. I mean, it's not weighted very well, but it's fine, I guess. There's nothing wrong with it. Like it'll make money if we run, right? Will this add exposure due to GEX and make OPEX runs more violent, or is this taking some steam out early? I don't think we're losing any steam. Look at our volume. Like right now, we're okay. This is an okay range to be in. 135s haven't fully sold off. Some did, right? Like we immediately see this breakout where those 135s go in the money, and they sell off, right? These are those 0 DTEs that we talked about. Some are still holding, right? And so we're recovering. We may break above 135 again a second time, and that's going to cause more capitulation in those short dated calls because the theta on them is dropping rapidly, right? They're 0 DTE. And there's quite a lot of them because fucking Wall Street bets. But when those do finally sell off and towards the end of the day, we will likely see some downside. Simultaneously, though, longer dated calls are also being bought, so we could just stabilize in this range. We just don't want to break higher. We don't want to break into the area where the long-term calls are, because once those long-term calls start going in the money, those farther dated, like 14 plus DTE calls, once those go in the money, that can weaken the chain going into next week. So we want those to stay out of the money. We want the 0 DTEs to go in the money enough that they sell off. That's the ideal situation. Because then the chain still has a lot of strength. 0 DTEs have made profit, which means they're likely to reposition further out of the money and farther dated, right? Thanks, Cinnamon Pine Cone. Well, that's because I'm deploying like the same amount of capital at different strikes, right? At different delta ranges, which gives you more leverage on the higher end. So if you put $5,000 into each strike moving out, your furthest out strikes are going to have a lot more leverage than your closer strikes. No, this is complex, but what constrains their use of infinite synth liquidity? The cycles, establishing a volatility position, I think. They profit from the run-up and generate liquidity in the underlying to satisfy obligations, FTDs on the underlying. Also, good source of gamma maximum. There's no source of gamma maximum besides what I'm posting every day. As far as I know, you can get Greek neutrals if you have like institutional data services, but on the retail side, I don't think anything provides it. Hold on, let me get to the rest of that question because it was like a lot all at once. What constrains their use of infinite synthetic liquidity? Liquidity in the ETFs on a daily basis, and also capital. The ETF can only create so many, each ETF can only create so many shares. GameStop's in hundreds, right? But capital and margin. Demand on that ETF can fuck up their supply. So they can get pushed out by big bullish or bearish surges in the market. Yeah, and they profit from volatility and shorting, both short delta, short vol. Much in the same way they go neutral vol, long gamma, and when they move into entropy positions, they're bent. The position they're hedging is opposite that. But the beauty of that is, you know, they're hedged. So they're short vol at the top, right? And then volatility and price drop. And then they're hedged vol. So when volatility moves up, they're hedged against it. And then when they shed that hedge, volatility is high again. Right? And so they're always starting their position, their short vol position, from a point of very high volatility. But they don't lose money to the period where it runs up. Can you ASMR mutual capitulation? No. Well, or maybe I just did. Huh. Reading question? Same like answering question? No problem, Mags. There was a dark pool print at 12.55 for 150k shares, over 20 million. What does that mean? Someone bought 150,000 shares. Makes sense to take profit on 624s and roll Tuesday morning 7:15. Chances they run out of the gate and I get priced out. It's possible. If you're in the money, you don't have to worry about theta as much. If you're not in the money, it might be a consideration. Don't hide it. Your source of GM is a cat. I actually have 3 sources of Gamma Maximum. They're all different, but I trust the cat the most. I shouldn't, because he's a cat. And I heard he was banned from Super Stonk. So probably also a shill, you know? Can you ASMR? This is ASMR? No. My goodness, I should have degened into Revlon. Probably not, actually. You probably made a good decision not doing that. I want to learn how to sell CCs to the downside. Did you make a video teaching how to do it? Or know a good place to learn? I mean, you can... What about them do you want to learn? I made a video about it on the other channel, Thomas. Not specifically on GameStop, but about covered calls. I now increased my position by 100 shares. Went from 700 in this account to 8. Couldn't have done it without you. Fuck yeah, Polar Bear. Congratulations, man. Do you think it's time to start explaining Vana, Charm, and Rho versus Delta, Theta, Gamma effects? No. No, I fucking don't. You shut up. We don't need to talk. We don't need to broach any of those subjects or generate questions about them. Yeah, okay. I'm already at my fucking breaking point with the what calls should I buy? Is this strike good? You know, the strike tells you how good it is, by the way. It's right there in the data. Where it says delta, those are your odds. That's what the bookie's giving you. Charm maximum is I hate you all. Thanks for weighing in, Jfresh, 69 cat. I thought you were bull squared cat. Shouldn't you put bullhorns on your picture? I mean, I know you're a busy guy, but that seems like an obvious move, right? If you're bull squared, you should have 4 bull horns on your cat picture there. Not even dressing up for OPEX. I mean, what kind of fucking quant team are we running here, Jfresh? Fuck you too, Mike's Pickle. $5.2 million, 715, 150p sold. Bullish. Did Girk just lose half the chat because he said Delta? Of course I can see you, but there's like 3,000 people in here. GameStop's going up today. Viewership's doing that thing it does. 2,000 people in here. Whatever. It's ridiculous. I can't keep up with everything. It's like, oh, I'm being ignored. Daddy thinks I'm a disappointment. Yes. I think there's a mosquito in my apartment. Oh, hell no. How do these bugs keep getting in? I'm concerned for Freg's safety. When will he arrive for the party? Don't worry about Freg. Okay? I've told you he's busy spawning. He will show up if he can. So to get this clear, it goes from Gamma Squeeze to a Volgavoma Squeeze to a Charm Speed Squeeze to a Rosoma Squeeze. You're a fucking nerd, dork. I love it. I have 1 Delta by 10x 617 140Cs. Is this bulletproof to print? No, that's not how that works. White trades on the order book, no change in price. I just popped into the Discord and everyone is yelling to deep out of the money 0 DTE calls on airlines because you said Delta. Son of a bitch. Oh well. Well, they'll find out the hard way that airlines need a bailout again. Did you enjoy your snap or rig position more? I made a little money on snap and then I lost a bunch of money on snap. And then rig, I mostly am still profitable on, I think. I did pretty good on rig on that first test of like 550. Yeah, because I think I've only lost like $100 on it since then. Mystic Ko-Fi. I'll get it. Even if we see a rug pull Tuesday, won't we still see a run up later in the week? Most likely, yeah. Tuesday is the only day where there could be a rug pull. Unless they just rug pull the whole fucking thing. But yeah, they could drop the price Tuesday, potentially. Because Tuesday's T+1. That's one of the things that makes OPEC so risky is on the T1 date they can pull the price a bit. They can back it down before they run it back up. And it means you have to hold through what could potentially just be a fucking rug pull. And that's what kind of happened in November, right? Is everyone held through the drop expecting it to run back up, and then it never did. It was just dead. I popped into the Discord and everyone... Oh, okay, I got everything, right? You should really consider a formal interview process for hiring quant team members. Yeah, we've let some slip through the cracks. There is a formal interview process. Sort of. Thoughts on ignoring people? Ah, it's pretty common. Sean Daniels, rehypothecated Pigeon Whale. Welcome back to Dillionaires. I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Quick question, have you seen the borrow rate and which strike should I borrow it from? Everyone here seems to love bowling. I didn't get all this strike talk. I mean, I would go to my local bowling establishment and see what strikes they have available. Mac Daddy Zaddy, Freg is never late, pickle bag holder, nor is he early. He arrives precisely when he means to. I agree. Inshallah, fellow Denistanians, to Allah's dumpster of 72 Dans we go. Oh boy. Everyone's getting too bullish now. I shouldn't have said technical things. I know how you mentioned you would prefer flat price action for the next week. I just popped back in. How do you like this price action? Still low volume. It's still low volume. And it's not as flat as I would have liked it to have been, but it's low volume enough that I'm not worried about covering. Fronium, petition to gather for a general strike so we don't have to learn anything before buying calls. No. You gotta learn. I mean, if somebody told you you can read a bunch of books and improve, you know, your yearly income by 20%, would you read those books? 10%. Let's say you don't even beat the market. Just 10%. 8 to 10% a year. Wouldn't you read that book? Like you can get an 8 to 10% raise for reading a few books and having a little more understanding. Your savings account will print 6% higher. Looks like there could be a July OPEX as well as June. Do you think? Yeah, I know. Do you think we'll see much of a dip before July like we normally do after OPEX? Yeah, because they're gonna want to clear obligations, right? They still want to get the borrow rate down. They want to wash out. They want to wash out those compounding obligations as much as they can. By running it more often, they can clear out a larger chunk of obligations. This is still beneficial for them, given the position they found themselves in, which I don't think was beneficial. They kind of fucked up a little bit in November. Or they got fucked over in November, December. It's hard to say which of the two is more likely. Okay, half of the chat just disappeared, so if I missed your question, ask it again. I definitely skim those books for a 3.5% increase, right? Makes sense. For 8%, I'd just buy boomer dividend stocks. Well, but you know that, right? Not everyone does. Not sure if this was mentioned already, but 20K XRT 64 July 15 calls bought today. Okay. Just saying I can make 10% more by reading Art of the Deal? Absolutely not. Why do we expect July OPEX? Are you going to sell CCs for 2 weeks at the top of June OPEX because of July OPEX? Yeah. I'm not going to sell them out into the OPEX period. Realistically, if we OPEX, are you looking to 5 to 10x your options or even more? We'll see what happens, right? That's how options work. You know, you have a trend, you follow it, you try to get the best exit possible. Setting a flat line assumption on where that option is going to end up isn't going to be beneficial, because if you miss the target, you're going to lose money. If you exceed the target, you're going to leave money on the table. You need to learn to manage a position, and if you've decided to buy into a position and you don't know how to manage it, well, it's going to be a trial by fire, right? There is no X will do X, Y, or Z. There's no X, like contract X is going to perform Y, right? There is contract X will perform X, Y, or Z. And you need to get whichever of those values is the best. I'd pay a YouTuber to read me those books. Gross. They do have pictures. There's pictures in the books. I'm gonna write a children's series on options investing and just sell it to adults. Cat in the Hat buys calls. Tell us when to sell, and we'll all send you a 3% management fee. If I was going to do that, I would just collect a 3% management fee. Can you zoom out to the weekly and look at the wedge built out? Looks like timing will be well within OPEX. Please pickle, sir, man. What? No, don't worry about fucking technical analysis. It's all bullshit. It only looks bullish when we're about to run. Technical analysis helped us find what we were looking for. But once you know what causes the price fluctuations in the underlying, technical analysis becomes useless. If you know what drives the pattern, then why are you looking at the pattern and not what drives it, right? No, you're not shadow banned, Stonks Streusel. I'm just missing everyone's chats because the chat's moving so fast it keeps like gapping over. For day trading, is it better to not own stock and use capital for trading? Yes. Generally, day traders do not own any assets at the end of the day. I mean, you can invest still. That's separate from your day trading account. And you shouldn't combine those two accounts. You say trial by fire. I say risk tolerance. I mean, a good way to tell if you're shadow banned is if you type something and you see your message in chat. Hey Greg, I'm a random person who just hopped into chat. What's up, Lawrence of Alabia, longtime member and frequent viewer of the stream? I YOLO'd all my money into far out of the money July 15s, then sold them at a loss when we dropped below 135. Delta Airlines the play now? No. No, technical analysis has its usage. It's just the scale is people's interpretation of what technical analysis does is flawed. Either people think it's a time machine and guaranteed to tell you the future, or they think it's bullshit. Both of these are kind of the extremes. Really, it's a ideal way of viewing lots of data quickly. But it is not complete. So in that regard, it's bullshit. and it does not forecast the future. So it's also, you know, the extremes are both incorrect. If you have a 1 hour class 3 times a week, when the fuck am I gonna have time to do that? I already stream 8 hours a day. Why shouldn't you combine day trading with investing account? Oh, because the temptation to use your long-term investments as margin will be very high, especially if something's running hard. There's no reason to have those two things in the same account ever. What's a good stop going into OPEX? There's no good stop. Top loaf. There's a good stop at the time you place it, but telling you now what a good stop is could be complete bullshit. I can tell you, you know, 10% is reasonable given our low volatility right now, but if we drop $5, you're gonna fucking stop out of your calls, right? Way in advance of when you want to. There's a time to set a stop, and that's when you near your price target based on your thesis that you invested in. And then the determination for how far out that stop should be set should be determined by where the stock is trading when you set it, and the volatility of the underlying at that time as well. I'm neither a Kevin nor a Sagittarius, Nicholas McGregor. But thanks. Very complimentary, but I'm none of those things. Are you planning on holding your GME calls past OPEX and then exercising or selling? Not past OPEX. I mean, I plan to sell them during OPEX and take fat profits. I'm gonna cash out, throw the money on my bed, and roll around in it. Probably. It's usually what I do before I deposit it at the bank. I have two questions that I would appreciate your thoughts on. One, Jimmy getting reg showed. A necessary event before we can expect a MOASS-like event? Yeah. All squeezes start with FTD squeezes, and so an FTD squeeze would create a reg show, would put GME on the reg show threshold list. So yeah, no MOASS without reg show. Part two. Given the current state of things, GME is reg showed in the near future. Did it essentially guarantee an event? It doesn't guarantee one, but if I was Cohen, I'd sure to shit announce the stock split the second it got reg showed. I mean, don't forget that, like, and this is one of the fatal misunderstandings of the ape community in all of their stocks, is that a market maker or a prime like Citadel or Morgan or B of A or Merrill, they don't give a fuck about the price of GameStop. It couldn't matter less to them. These companies will loan billions of dollars that they expect to lose to gain a slight advantage. It is nothing to them to crush the price action of GameStop. If they want to, they can. The price of GameStop would have to get so unbelievably high that it put not only the short positions at risk, but the primes at risk. And the primes would just cover. They don't care. $500 billion? Sure. $50 billion? Not a problem. You know, it's not the level of risk you think. I mean, like, think about it this way. In January, we ran to 483. And everyone was like, oh, Citadel was gonna collapse. Citadel was fucking loaning money out to people. Billions of dollars. They were just giving away billions of dollars in the middle of the squeeze because they didn't give a shit. They were fine. And sure, that's disheartening. But at the same time, someone still wants to make a lot of money on GameStop. So as long as they keep doing this shit, we keep making money, right? No, you're an idiot, Chase. See, it's easy. You just say someone's an idiot without disproving their point at all. Thanks, Huge Steve, for weighing in. Why is it being suppressed so much? Oh, because they make money on the volatility. We've already figured out the entire chain of events that occurs for them to propagate what is essentially an infinite volatility machine. You buy and hold, they're going to make money off of it. You sell, they're going to make money off of it. This is what they do. Thanks, Carl. Idiot reporting in. KJ, thank you so much for becoming a billionaire, man. So what can you do? You can learn to make money. You can hold forever. You can sell. Those are all options. What you do is up to you. I don't care. What was the risk that forced them to turn off buying? Citadel dumped their internalization on Robinhood, who is self-clearing, and they shut off buying. Apex shut it off briefly. Robinhood shut it off for multiple days. So they internalized everything, and then they fucking shit it all over Robinhood, and then got their payment for order flow for free by bailing them out. That's just a great business move, right? That's what they do, right? They crush things and then buy them up on the cheap. And did that advantage them dumping the order flow onto Robinhood? Abso-fucking-lutely. You think Kenny's having secret conversations with Vlad? He probably doesn't know who the fuck Vlad is. Those guys are leagues apart. And it's all there. All the data's there. All the evidence is there. The fucking 15 institutions have analyzed the events of January. And your only answer to what they've told you is that's a lie. Because you can't disprove the things they're saying. So you assume the falsehood in them. Like, that can't be true. I got fucked. Yeah, it can. I mean, they just sold fucking options on a stock that wasn't supposed to have options chain for 2 fucking weeks and shut it down. They don't give a shit. It's their fucking playground. You're not welcome. Your role in their game is to deposit your fucking money in an account, make your 3% a year, and be happy while they take your money and use it to make far more. So you can learn to take your own money and use it to make more, or you can be subject to their system. That's your decision. Now, if you want to believe some fucking conspiracy theory, sure. Whatever makes you happy. Whatever floats your boat. You'll believe it forever, and it'll never get you anywhere. Am I shadow banned? Yes, I am shadow banned. Is Mark Long here? Hello, shadow banned. I don't know when it started. Can you clip it for me, Trash? If you have a chance. I see your point, but crime. God damn it. It can't be crime. They make the laws. Come on. Does nobody understand what a self-regulatory agency is? You're making the rules for yourself. It's like, oh, I'll behave. I told myself it's like a fucking New Year's resolution. I'm not gonna break that one. Right? Guys? Come on. And if you think you're gonna disrupt the system that creates infinite growth for all the powers that be, get the fuck out of here. I'm not way too cynical. I'm right. You don't want to accept it, that's fine. Gen 510's a safe bet for OPEX. Of course not. They're fucking 400% out of the money. When did a self-regulating system ever sound like a good idea? It sounded like a really fucking good idea to the people that made the system. Penis, 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 penis. Thanks, Ryan. Preaching Pickle Man. But they get fined. Who gives a shit? They don't care. It's nothing. A pittance. Fucking DRS doesn't mean shit. GameStop will just release more liquidity. Tie up the liquidity of a company that's trying to grow. Good luck. Their fucking value is in their liquidity. They can't bring on new investors without it. If you tie it all up, they will simply create more. Thanks for your thoughts. Last question. Who are you working for? No one? So what you're saying is puts do cost same like shares. Got it. Bitch slapping the sheep. Gherkin's the best. Let's fucking go. Thanks, regards, Geeky. Cheers, Mike's Pickle. Nice. 6 million synthetic forward at 150 strike for July 15th expiry. Fuck yes. Interesting. Someone wants to go long. Nah, my blood pressure is fine. Do puts cost same like thoughts and prayers? No, what I'm saying is the institutions make the rules, so the thing you're calling crime isn't crime. Because they've ensured that it's not. Yeah, if you could DM me the timestamps, that works too. Trash. I hear what you're saying. It is deep out of the money, but 510, the number feels special. It calls to me. It's mine, my precious. Also, 510 can't be affected by crime. It's a totally safe strike that has to print. Okay. I mean, you're gonna do what you're gonna do, Jean-Claude Van Damme. Nice, bipolar. Congrats, man. Hi-Fi, I'm 54 years old. You're exactly right. This is the way the world rolls. I mean, it's not like the system is unchangeable. You just need a lot of money to change it. And you're not going to make that money complaining and waiting. Gotta love how the dummies come out to play right before OPEX to test your patience. Thanks for all the info for this OPEX. Can't wait to continue learning. Riku. Thank you, DJ. I appreciate it, man. Thanks, Trash. I don't know yet. Zoom in for MOASS. We'll decide. Maybe I'll zoom out. Where is Gaff? Has he mentioned CNS? I don't think he's getting paid today, actually. Do we have a more moderate power hour song? We don't want to encourage the stock too much. Just continue edging. I think it's best we do nothing. No animations. Not just let it do what it's gonna do. Step back, right? And just watch it. Hope it doesn't act like a little bitch and try to run up to 150 too early. What's the play with shares? Just wait 5 years? I mean, you can sell covered calls. That's not really playing options. You gotta learn how to do it. Why don't you just take the time and learn how to do shit? Or, yes, alternatively, you're a long-term investor. Hold your shares. That's what you do when you're a long-term investor. You buy and you hold. Fuck you, X Capital. I have 510. You know you want to. Do it, Gurk. I really don't. Mike Spickle, thanks for the upgrade, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
Oh, I think there's a chance we keep seeing higher lows, KJ. A very good chance. Especially with OPEXs running consecutively like this, there's not enough time to drop the price significantly before the next one.
own boat, sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
There's rules that come, don't ever change. You're feeding us with priceless knowledge to maneuver through this complex market. Thank you, Boxem. I won't. Huge McDeadlift. All of the talk of ramen yesterday drove me to get a bowl of shoyu for dinner, and it hit the spot. Bullish. Fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome. I want some ramen, actually. Maybe I'll get some ramen today. Fuck, I gotta travel so far to get it. Leave my apartment. I'm locked out again or something. Don't poke the bear. They only cost like $2,000. The problem is I've sent in Ko-Fi by now. The 510 wants you, Gurk. It told me it would do all of those things that you like it when Trash Dan does to you. It might not have Trash Dan's rugged good looks, but it also doesn't need to sleep like trash. It does sleep though from 4:30 to 9, and that's when I'm available. It's got a different schedule than me. That's a big problem. Oh, I have no intention of trying to change the system, Gurk's Bull Mayo guy. I like the system. It makes me money. Can you read off the messages currently displayed in the pin? Ask for me. Hey, Gurk, do you have... What did Ivy hit during the March run? It went a little higher during the March run. Do I have it? Hold on. I'm just gonna check because I want to make sure I'm right. 147.4. 160 at the peak, but that's end of day. Intraday it hit like 200 something. At the IV 30, so that's the at the money IV. Do you have one or two favorite valuation ratios in any of the four types? Getting my applied investment certs through my MBA and trying to actually apply it. Free cash flow to firm or just FCF is nice. PEG is nice for finding stocks. I don't like to use it after that, but it helps kind of narrow down what you're looking at. Price earnings to growth, dividend yields, if it's a dividend stock. Weighted average. I mean, book value per share, essential, right? Man, I haven't done fucking long-term investing in a while. Hold on. The Sharpe ratio is nice. That's probably enough, right? Do you mind selling your 3 shares to help drive the price down? I'm trying to get a nice entry for calls next week. Nice try. Digital good time. No, I'll probably buy more soon. Um, and then more next week. Christopher Jamino, thank you so much, man. Well, that's because when you have enough money to change the system now benefits you. So you no longer want to change it. It's a bit at odds with itself, right? Real talk, I'm not a lazy person. I've been reading about options for the last year, but I still don't feel like I have a grasp to make the smart plays. So make conservative plays. Right? I mean, I understand the fear, I do, but at some point you either have to do like shit or get off the pot, right? If it's not for you, then it's not for you. It's very simple. If it is something that you want to do, then eventually you've got to do it. It's like hot girls at bars. You can't just stare at them for hours. That creeps them out. Thanks, man. Always appreciate your insight. No problem, Evan. Thanks, Christopher. I appreciate it, dude. I'm keeping 50% ready for next week. What time does it typically run? Better to lock in contracts before the close today or wait for a dip next Tuesday week? I mean, it's up to you. In hindsight, one entry will be better than the other, right? Or if we don't run, the lack of an entry will be better than the other. In my jar, do a flip. Also, penis, 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 penis. Thanks, Popcorn Trader. Oh. Baba going to be affected by OPEX? Maybe. Baba's weird right now. You need a broader macro view of the markets to determine Baba's what Baba's gonna fucking do. It's not so simple as OPEX is gonna make it run. I can't stare. I have to walk directly in front of them so they're accidentally in my line of sight, so it's not my fault. Weird. We're really mulling over selling that 195. Oh, no. I was mulling over buying it. It's just sitting there because I clicked on it. I don't know who that is. Sell your 0 DTEs. Come on. Do it. Sell them all. Not you guys, but whoever's holding them. Look at them. Look at them capitulating. Like little bitches because they didn't buy enough theta. You know, it's funny that Wall Street Bets exists on Reddit in direct contrast to Theta Gang. Like, Theta Gang's selling them all the calls. And Wall Street Bets is buying them. It's just so curious. And while Theta Gang is very well aware of Wall Street Bets' existence, Wall Street Bets doesn't seem to realize what Theta Gang is doing. Yeah, I don't know. CC charge disputed. Like, when Wall Street Bets wins, Theta Gang blows up. And then when Theta Gang wins, Wall Street Bets blows up. And it's just back and forth between the two. Like, I don't know. Why don't they just meet up once a week and exchange bank accounts? Oh, Theta Gang says they like to stay away from high IV stocks. And then they're like, I blew up my port selling puts on GME. If you don't check DMs, I'm going to do something crazy. I don't care. Oh, you're doing all right, man. Yeah, the taxes are going to fuck you in the ass. That's what happens when you make money, though. If and when it can drop lower again. It's trading at $6.60. How fucking cheap do you need it? If you're always trying to buy the bottom, you're going to miss the top. Whatever happened to Shits and Farts? Oh, I banned him because he was crazy. I can deal with stupid and I can deal with ignorant, but I can't deal with stupid, ignorant, and crazy. The combination is very upsetting. Bro, I get TV spots now. Stop banging my mom. Nah, she likes it rough. By any chance, do you know if Jimmy is partnered with esports? Not that I'm aware of. There was like a lot of speculation that they were gonna buy out that fucking one esports company, and then they never did, and everyone's still bag holding it. Still praying, I think SLG Gaming or whatever, and still praying that GameStop will buy it out one day. I would have had to pay taxes, but then I play puts on GME, and my profits went bye-bye. You know, I still don't understand, like, GameStop opened fucking at like 116 on Monday, and everyone had puts, and for some reason nobody, like, people's puts didn't print. How? I don't get it. Did you just fucking hold them waiting for more? Or did you buy them too fucking far out of the money? You don't bet on shit $30 out of the fucking money. Unless you were damn sure it's gonna happen. Even that fucking that one guy, Magic Penis or whatever his name is, fucking didn't lose his port. And his position was garbage. And I think he got out like okay. You're always $50 out of the money, Popcorn Trader. No, my put's printed, and then I doubled down the next day. Greed'll kill you. To see about those puts on Monday, I slept in. I want to say you can't do that, but I did that like 3 days this week, right? Like, I was not around for market open yesterday. What was it? Wednesday? Wednesday is when I locked myself out of my apartment. I don't remember what happened Monday. Something else happened, though. Why are Jan 950s so attractive? I don't know. They're thick. Well, thin, actually, but... I was $30 out of the money. I was 25, and then held them just a few days past the low, just to make sure they were dead. Yeah, nothing like holding your option underwater until it stops wiggling. How'd you lock yourself out of your apartment? So my door has like one of these like things with like buttons on the side, and then you have like the latch right here, right? And sometimes when I close the door too hard, this fucking button will depress, and then it automatically locks the door when you shut it. Which is the most insufferable, stupid fucking feature I've ever seen on a door in my life. I should replace it with a different lock that doesn't fucking do that. But I'm not allowed to, per my lease. And if I do, then I have to like go to the management company's office and like give them new keys to the apartment in an envelope. It's bullshit. I think I like just I was like rushing to get downstairs to get my food, so I closed it too hard. I kind of just like pulled it and walked away. I know how to use I know how to use doors. Trades is telling his viewers right now that 100k a share is unreasonable and it promotes a cult mentality. He says 1k a share is more certain. 1k a share is absurd. The company's dying. It's like fallen down and its flesh is decaying and Adam Aaron's fat little slug body is crawling all over it, eating up the carrion. Isn't he raising his pay? Just keep a spare key in your neighbor's apartment. That's a whole other basket of shit that I don't want to deal with. GameStop's direct investor website. They said they built an esports arena in their Texas GameStop and partnered with who? You didn't finish the sentence. When? When did this come out? My name isn't Skylar. Do I look like a fucking Skylar to you? Adam Aaron equals Slurmworth. Everybody invested in AMC should take a moment to read about the downfall of Sears. Because Adam Aaron is even creating his own unique playbook. You're such a Skylar. Shut up, Pickle Boy. My maggot children, I love feasting on this bloated corpse of a company whose scavengers play an important role in the ecosystem, like robbing idiot poors of their retirement funds. Stay mad, chumps. Belch. My name is not Sean, although I know a disproportionate number of Seans for some reason. Why do they keep voting him onto the board? Because they're stupid. Made some good entries. More to come. Thanks again for the knowledge you and the team provide. Best guidance in such obscure times. And you're one and only stock god. Let's fucking go. Riku. Stefan Hart Bull. Full Bull. The song? I do know a disproportionate number of Dans. So much for 1K end of day. I mean, that's what Turd said. No, that was definitely Planter. That wasn't Turd. Turd's bullish, but he's not that bullish. What's up, Pickled Hole? To later capitalize on the rising use of credit cards. I mean, Visa makes their money off transactions. Sure. I think Visa is a very good investment long term. The current price, I mean, it's in the right range. 185 would have been a lot better. But yeah, if there's a rebound, it'll climb back up. Long term, I mean, I don't know how much more valuation it's going to generate. It's slowly crawling down, but it'll probably bounce back. It's very channel locked in this range. A lot like Caterpillar. Thanks, Ryan Cohen. I prefer to not pronounce it like Pi 5, but Peefy. That's fucking awesome. After ETS rebalance, too many direct GME FTDs to use the underlying right now, I suppose. When active shorting next? I mean, after we peak, right? Happy this month anniversary, Garrick. I mean, Chris Ryan. No. Thanks for continuing to feed the financial trolls. Win VUPs. Put same like shares. What strike should I buy? Thank you, Dave, of the Pigeon Well Daves. Where's Tom? Pigeon Well Tom. Is he here? I haven't seen him in a while. Are you gonna play Connect 4 on stream tonight? No. Ba-ba-ba. Do. Any fucking OI worth buying out here? Ooh. Finally. Any plans on Sunday? Oh, the member stream. I think Sunday, 12:30. Usual time. Please do the member stream on Monday. Sunday's Father's Day. Fuck. Oh, they're both holidays. Monday's Juneteenth. Right? No, Sunday's also Juneteenth and Father's Day. Oh shit. Okay, so I'll do it Monday. Fine. I'll do it Monday. So if I do it late, the Europors are fucked over. If I do it early, the US is fucked over. I'll just do it at 5 o'clock. 5 p.m. Monday. Be there or don't. But it'll be open to everyone. Poors can watch but not comment. Yeah, because we don't care what they have to say. Have a great weekend. Cordially, Sweet and Sour. Thanks, Sweet and Sour. You too. Also, excellent use of the word cordially. I don't know about that, Jeff. I don't care what you have to say, and I don't care what I have to say. All right, cool. Don't forget that after the member stream, the VOD will be up and available to watch afterwards. How come you never compliment my vocabulary? Because all you do is call me a shill and demand that I put Guybrush on the screen. There goes Redbox. Look at the bid ask in the options chain. Scumbags. What options chain? Sorry. Sorry. I know people have lost money. But also, that's some funny shit. At close today, can you hold my hand and give me the reassurance I need to get through OPEX? No. Suck it up. You're a big boy doing options trades. You don't need anybody to hold your hand. Using my free chat for the month to thank you for continuing to host the stream and share your knowledge with us. Maybe one day I'll learn to actually listen to the advice you give. Until then, Riku. I take it you've YOLO'd deep into 510s. What happened with RDBX? They just canceled the options chain. Wasn't supposed to be sold in the first place. Putin interfered to stop Hillary meddling in the Ukraine. What? I don't think so. Birdman's gonna sue you for taking his bird call. It's my bird call. Can you place my trades for me and find them and I'll take the profits that you? No. Algernon, another OPEX is upon us. Have a great weekend. Also, any update on the puts for today? I'm closing. Position closing. Same with calls too. All the zero DCs are shutting down. Very few puts in the money. I think you missed some Ko-Fis. Did I? I don't think so. Bullshit. Maybe I did. I will not sit here and let you malign me. Oh, this is from Adam Aaron. Yes, I 10x the float. Yes, I asked everyone to hold as I dump my shares on the market. Yes, I held a video conference without pants. Wait, where was I going with this? You'll figure it out. Okay, yeah, I didn't miss anything else, right? No. Thanks for the zero DT Delta play today. It makes sense. Only airlines can go to the moon. Gently appreciate your time and info. It's wonderful entertainment. Thanks, man. Option strat has 950s at 140% IV. So that could reach 200% during the run like weeklies, or is its IV potential less? Its IV potential is greater, far greater. It's on the end of the IV smile. So it can hit like 350, 400% IV during a run. If the IV at the money hits 200%, Jan 950s, it will go much higher. I had to roll my 105C and 110C, 617 to 130C, 2024 leaps. I got a load of extra credit for the OPEX run. Let's go. Literally can't go wrong with this. Hope to see you on the other side. Oh boy. Eddie Q. Hey man. Oh, the video will be up, somebody. After the member stream. Jesus. The video's posted to YouTube. So you can watch it after it's over, even if you're not able to watch it live. Is Persian naming same like dwarf naming? Gimli, son of Gloyan, Gurk, son of Zerks. No. I'm so ready for MOASS Monday. Or, you know, just not that, but like nice price improvement. What's your source for RDBX options info? What's your source? Huh? You can call the OCC and ask them why they suspended the chain if you want. Didn't they publish a notice already? They should have. Fight 661 on BBBY, level 2. Oh yeah, how exciting. What? No. Why would it go up that much? That doesn't seem accurate. Really? Maybe. I know they hit like 13 on the August run. I think you misplaced a decimal there. Cordially, warmly, respectfully, kindly, heartily, genially, sympathetically, and hospitably. Thank you so much. Actually, I can. What a lovely bunch of synonyms. Will you have pickles picks this weekend? Oh, maybe a couple. More macro analysis. I might do some pickles picks, but like who the fuck's not just 100% focused on GameStop right now? 2.7 vol at close. Thoughts? Now I just need to get through Tuesday with no volume. Everything is proceeding exactly as I have foreseen. As you have foreseen. Okay. All right. Hold up, Gaff. Fucking bear pig man. We need to talk about this. GME and BBBY calls. Boom. That's the whole pickles pick. Assuming best case scenario for a squeeze, is there a way of knowing how many trading days it would need to run? How could you track something like that? Gamma Max? I mean, it's a black swan event. There's no reason trying to. No models are built for that, right? It just breaks them. Personally prefer Tata for now. Okay, Tigger. Thanks, Crest. You know the wonderful thing about Tiggers? Tiggers are a wonderful thing. Their tops are made of the rubber. Their bottoms are made of the springs. They're bouncy, flouncy, trouncy, pouncy, fun. The most wonderful thing about Tiggers. I'm just not going to finish that. Nasty Nate. Thank you for becoming a billionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Slagathor, poop. Nice. I wouldn't try to sexually satisfy anybody with an actual pickle, Sebastian. It's highly acidic. Don't start with that. It's lonely being a Tigger shit. All right. You remember all of this? Out of all the things you could have chosen, that's what you wrote to disk? I mean, we could talk about rumblies in my tumbly. Take a chance and live a little. Play full bull. You know you want to. Hype me up, daddy. So OPEC squeeze, price goes to 200, stock split announced, initiate FOMO. None of those things. Just OPEC's up and then back down again. Low vol on Monday as well then. Vol today was heavy on the buy pressure. Are we slowly burning pressure off the top? No, actually, call like far dated net delta is picking up. We burned some 0 DTEs, but we also build like an equivalent amount of 0 DTE puts. Actually, a far greater amount of 0 DTE puts. So I think overall net delta on the day should push up after close. Gaff. But yeah, Monday could be low vol as well, which would be great, right? Fucking entries would be, or Tuesday, entries will be phenomenal. The problem, I think, is that we're going to get a lot of arbitrage with the foreign markets open and GME closed for the holiday. And usually, like, if we have like a big arbitrage move in pre-market going into market open, we start to see covering on Monday. Right? Because that starts to run the price up. Am I understanding incoming pickle correctly? AP and ML will be forced to cover on top of each other, but third party in the money call exercising and GEX make pushing us down extra hard before VOP. Yeah. Hey, Pi-Fi, thank you so much for the confidence talk last time. I went through with the puts and made 50%. You've given me confidence in my own trades without losing everything like I did last year. Been busy at work, but thank you for all these daily streams. Thank you, Tom Tom. I appreciate it, man. Riku, sir. Riku, and congrats on the gains. So you'll be watching GME on the foreign markets Monday? Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like MOASS, same like poo-poo. Huh. If it goes back in, down, that means 90 more days of hodl. Diamond asshole. Can we talk about if you are what you eat, then Gherk is a goat thing? No. Ah, yes. 99% on my negative 99% of my 0 DT is wouldn't be a Friday without it. I really should have taken off today. I mean, yeah, taking off Friday. Thanks, 440 Kuda, Eskimo Vapor. My calls keep coming even though price is stagnant. Ivy's continuing to rise. Market makers are still pricing in moves. Zero DTs are the only cure to my wife's earnings. Are you fixing the income imbalance in your relationship by losing money on options? I just bought my first GME call for this cycle. Nice, man. Eating goat? Confirmed Persian. I've never eaten goat. Well, that's not true, but it's disgusting. Also, I don't think Persians eat goats. Lamb? Maybe? Is goat a popular dish in Iran? I don't fucking know. Did the put sell off? Does Jfresh get live delta weighted put OI data like Gingerball's DD graph correlating to all the runs? We don't get the delta data is not live. Like the Greek neutrals, that's not live. That has to be updated with OI. We're gonna try it for OPEX. We're gonna try this weekend to see if we can set it up so we're only 12 hours behind instead of 36. Why do you not like higher than 0.4 delta premium? Yeah, it's just you're just spending money on extra premium for no reason. Options is a strategic way to divorce. I mean, yeah. Not only will you end up with a divorce, you'll go into that divorce completely devoid of any net assets. It's a pretty good deal. Sounds strategic. Yeah, you either double your money, so when you lose half, it's not so bad, or you just have no half to take. What is dead can never die? Investing in a dying DVD rental vending machine company. I don't feel bad for anyone holding RDBX. I mean, me either. Mostly because I tried to warn everyone off of it all week. I think some people made some money on it though, so that's good. I mean, if you got in and out in time and you didn't get fucked, good on you. More positions next week, I think. Interesting. Thoughts on the day? Well, it's not done yet. Is it safe to say I'm destined to be poor? I listen to you all the time, but still have no clue what I'm doing. Hmm. No. You're not listening then. Or maybe this isn't a good way for you to learn. There's other ways to learn things. Thoughts on Lana Del Rey? I don't know who that is. Hit me with an ad. What do you mean? They're gonna halt us into close? No. Right? No. All the puts are probably gonna close, which should drive up like the rest of the puts. Thank you for dedicating this day to me. I have spent an entire life crafting the art of the troll, and it's nice to see the recognition. My hat off to you, sir. Did you see my XRT comment? No, but I saw your comment referencing your XRT comment. Is today's price action optimal for next week's run? I mean, I would have preferred flatter, but yeah, it's good. We're fine, I think. Would you rather own RDBX or AMC? I'd rather put my money in a blender. $2.8 million call on the 64 strike for XRT on the Philly Exchange. July 15th above ask. What the fuck? Is someone pushing them out? Oh. They could be using that when they're rolling, though. See if it shows up on the OI tonight. Or, well, this coming week. Remind me to pay attention to it. Big fan, seen all your episodes. Just wondering if you'd sign my moves if I ever see you out and about in Germany by chance. No problem, Vorname. You gotta be carrying if you're not carrying a Sharpie, though, no promises. I don't carry one. Isn't 135 closing in the money good for price action? I mean, most of the 135s are already sold off. Have a savory Trader Joe's ice cream Sammy on me, brother. Thanks, Bob P. I appreciate it, man. Holy shit, this is bullish. Song, I Can Be Green? Interesting.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything.
Maybe somebody.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
I noticed you said this price movement was bullish, but I thought I wanted to close flat. Otherwise, we could get rug pulled next week. As long as we stay below the farther dated calls, we're fine. Like, it's not ideal. I would have preferred flat because we would have gotten better entries and we would have gotten more calls loaded onto the chain, and more leverage, but this is still good. It was a nice low volume day. Ivy didn't spike too hard. We stayed in the 0 DTE range. Excellent, right? Very, very acceptable conclusion to the day. I signed your moves for you, by the way, Vorname. You can just print that out and like make a sticker. Send it to me on Discord. Elsie, looking forward to more financial advice next week. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that, man. My wife and my wife's portfolios are up 8 and 5% respectively. Thank you so much for helping us learn. You've helped us pay our bills. That's fucking awesome, dude. Congratulations. Caesar walked into the Rubicon and then called out, "Take we the course which signs of the gods and false dealing of our foes point out. Cast is the die of each who follow me. The die is cast," cheered all of the 13th. Thanks, Lawrence of Arabia. We're way above max pain, which is also good. Check out the massive print on Bobby. Interesting. I see it. I have it open on my other screen. Oh shit! I think I've been watching the stream for about a year now. Thanks, Van Hills. Time flies when you're having fun, right? Or that's what they say. I appreciate it, dude. Happy pickleversary. Up $11,111 today. I feel like number one 5 times over. Cancel the fucking Pigeon Whale membership. Too late. And I'm not a paper-handed bitch. My OPEX calls are up 75%. Should I sell? I think you might have missed that. I usually make bulls pay extra for that service. Interesting. All right, guys. So price action today stayed within the expected range. A little higher than I wanted. But, you know, barely cleared those 135 calls. Put the 130s in the money. These were those large volume 0 DTEs. So people made money today, which is good, right? Especially if it's retail, because that means more leverage next week. Volume remained very low, which is good, right? Like we want to see that volume stay low. Even into Tuesday, if we see low volume Tuesday, that also means, you know, more compounding volume in a shorter period of time, which is beneficial for that initial rush of volume, and also beneficial for the continuation of price action on GameStop into next week. Everything looks like it's in place. You know, the ETFs look good. GameStop options chain looks good. I think we're ready to run. But be wary of the downside. You know, always assess your risk. Pay attention to your positions. Don't walk away from shit. Things can happen fast. I know volume on November 19th was just above 3 million. We also went up $30 that day versus today where we went up 7%. So big difference, and the ETF obligations weren't present in November 19th. So while I am staying conservative and saying that that's a possibility, it does look less and less like one, which is good. Remember, you're always playing the odds on these situations on what will happen and what won't. But overall, I would say today fell within our expectations, and that's good. That means that everything's tracking accordingly. We don't want to be wrong, right? Wrong is bad. If something moves out of the range of expectation, that's not good. That means there's something we're not understanding, right? So this looks good. Members only stream. It's going to be Monday, 5 p.m. Eastern time. It's going to be open to everybody. So just pre-OPEX stream, I guess we could call it. You can all join in. I'll post it in the Discord and on Twitter so you guys can find it more readily. But yeah, this looks good. Solid bounce. From the technical side, I do kind of want to go over this. Because technicals, like I've said in the past, technicals matter when GameStop's moving into a run, even though they don't really matter the rest of the time, because the massive short positions kind of fuck it up. But if we look out here on TradingView, this is a perfect breakout. Right, we have this descending wedge. We bounce off the low trend in the wedge. We bounce off the midpoint and continue up. This is a strong breakout. Volume declining into this breakout could be a little bearish, but probably not. And the way volume's shown here is a little weird. We'll see if that volume picks up on Monday. But yeah, it looks good. Barring like a black swan event or something, I think we're in a very good position to have another nice run. So looking forward to that, and looking forward to seeing you all Monday at 5 p.m. Someone sent me a Ko-Fi that I missed, so I'll grab that real quick before I go. I'm so happy I have you in my life. Have a good weekend, friend. Thanks, Lugs. I appreciate that, man. See you guys later. Have a good night. BB Boy's last candle being 39% of the daily volume was likely the closing settlement, probably extremely overshort today.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.